Chapter 542. Die! Neza roared. The fire-tipped spear shone brightly, and a wisp of heavenly fire burned on the tip of the spear. With Neza's extreme hatred, the spear pierced through Li Jing's forehead and nailed him to the southern heavenly gate. Bang! Li Jing's body exploded, and his primordial spirit was annihilated. Even his primordial spirit was not left behind, and he died tragically under Neza's spear. Neza stared blankly at Li Jing's tragic death in his hands, and tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. When a person's heart died, this was the greatest sorrow. At this moment, Neza was like this. He had personally ended Li Jing's life. Whether Li Jing wanted to kill him or not, the crime of patricide was already placed on his head. Even if he could leave the celestial court alive today, the Chanism would never accept him. I am a man of my word. Since Li Jing is dead, I will let you live. You may leave now, Yi Xian said calmly, and turned to walk towards the bullfighting palace. This also caused the immortals of the celestial court to quickly follow. Yi Xian, Neza, swear that I will not be human if I don't kill you. Looking at Yi Xian's departing figure, Neza's eyes were filled with tears as he roared. He powerlessly knelt in front of the southern heaven gate. His eyes were already as red as blood, and a weak demonic light rippled out from his body. There was actually a trace of demonization. In the bullfighting palace of the 33rd Celestial Court, Yi Xian sat cross-legged, and Shen Gongbao stood beside him. However, he looked at Yi Xian with a slightly puzzled expression. Do you want to ask why I let Neza live, and why it is not better to kill the father and son? Yi Xian said calmly. I dare not. I believe that the Celestial Emperor has his own thoughts and decisions. I dare not speculate. Shen Gongbao bowed and said. Yi Xian stood up from the void, and looked up at the luminous star with his hands behind his back. When he opened and closed his eyes, a wisp of vicissitudes of life flashed across his eyes, and his voice became a little hoarse at this moment. Although Neza is a third-generation disciple of the Chanism, his previous life was the reincarnation of Ling Zhuzi, and he was also a boy under Nuwa. He has a great relationship with the Saint Nuwa. If I really kill him, this will undoubtedly make Nuwa dissatisfied with Nuwa. As Yi Xian spoke to hear, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he turned around to look at Shen Gongbao. He continued, furthermore, Neza killed his father. The Chan school will definitely kick him out of the sect, and there will be no place for him in the three realms. Only Nuwa's palace will be his last place. I really want to know if Nuwa will accept this person who killed his father. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Shen Gongbao's expression changed slightly, and a touch of horror flashed across his eyes. He had never thought that Yi Xian was so shrewd. He was obviously plotting against Nuwa. What on earth did Yi Xian want to do? Of course, Shen Gongbao knew what to ask and what not to ask. As for Yi Xian's purpose, only he knew. Your Majesty, if you want to marry the Empyrean fairy 100 years later, you need the 4 immortal slaying swords. If a sage-to-be is your enemy, I'm afraid I don't have the 4 immortal slaying swords. You. Shen Gongbao said hesitantly. There's no need to mention this again. I have my own decision. You can leave now, Yi Xian said calmly. Looking at Yi Xian's calm face, Shen Gongbao frowned slightly. He did not know what trump card Yi Xian had, but he could only bow and take his leave. Following Shen Gongbao's departure, Yi Xian stood alone in the bullfighting palace. The radiance of the stars that filled the sky sprinkled down, illuminating him in a mysterious and leisurely manner. However, when his eyes opened and closed, a trace of seriousness flashed through them. Sage-to-be. What a difficult problem. Yi Xian strolled in the bullfighting palace. A wisp of mist surrounded him, and the surrounding time and space became chaotic. Sage-to-be. These two simple words gave Yi Xian a pressure as heavy as the heavens and earth. Since he became the Celestial Emperor, the only sage-to-be he had seen was the Grand Immortal Zhen Yuan. However, the Grand Immortal Zhen Yuan gave him an extremely mysterious feeling, which made his heart feel extremely heavy. Of course, there were different levels of sage-to-be. The Grand Immortal Zhen Yuan could live since the beginning of the world until now. Even among the sage-to-be, he was not an ordinary person. However, there was a saying that one could see the whole leopard from a single spot. Anyone who could enter the sage-to-be level was not the overlord of the world. Yi Xian measured his own combat strength. He was now in the fourth heaven of Zenith Heaven. After using the Tribulation Transcender transformation, he should be at the peak of Zenith Heaven, which was the same level as Duobao Rolai. However, at his level, the effect of the inverse immortal formation was getting weaker and weaker. It could only cause some trouble for someone at the peak of Zenith Heaven, but it could not cause any substantial damage. Fighting a sage-to-be with the cultivation of a peak Zenith Heaven was simply a hopeless situation. There was no chance of winning at all. Yi Xian's intuition was very accurate. If his cultivation could enter the third watershed of Zenith Heaven, he could definitely fight a sage-to-be after using the Tribulation Transcender transformation. This was also the heaven-defying aspect of the Tribulation Transcender transformation. However, he had just stepped into the fourth heaven of Zenith Heaven. It was simply a fantasy to step into the third watershed of Zenith Heaven within 100 years. Time, Yi Xian lacked time. In the bullfighting palace, Yi Xian sat cross-legged and pondered. The starlight sprinkled down from the sky, making him look mysterious and profound. Buzz. The void swayed and ripples spread. Yi Xian's glabella shone, and a 3-inch halberd rippled out until it turned into a 3-foot-long halberd that lay across Yi Xian's knees. Heaven-punishing halberd. It was known as the #1 killing weapon of all time. Legend had it that there was a huge secret hidden within the heaven-destroying halberd. Whoever could uncover this secret might become a sage-to-be. Of course, this legend was just nonsense. Yi Xian did not believe it at all, because the power contained within the heaven-destroying halberd did not belong to the three realms. The so-called sage-to-be had nothing to do with the heaven-destroying halberd and the immortal scripture. Yi Xian was very sure that whether it was the heaven-destroying halberd or the immortal scripture, these two items were not from the three realms. They were suspected to be mysterious items from the chaos. Since Yi Xian was young, the heaven-destroying halberd had recognized him as its master. However, he could not use the power contained within. Even today, he was Daluo Jingxian, and he could only use the killing power within the heaven-destroying halberd. Back then, the Jade Emperor was connected to the Celestial Court, and could be said to have an immortal body. However, when faced with the killing power of the heaven-destroying halberd, he was nailed to the southern heavenly gate by Yi Xian, and this allowed him to ascend to the position of Celestial Emperor. Yi Xian knew his own family's matters. Right now, it was impossible for his cultivation to increase rapidly. 100 years later, he would have to go to Nuwa's palace and face all sorts of great enemies. Only this mysterious heaven-punishing halberd would be able to help him. Yi Xian calmly felt it, and he became one with the halberd. His body glowed. His light seemed to be the Daluo immortal light, but it was surrounded by a killing light. This killing light came from the heaven-destroying halberd, and it made people feel like their souls were being torn apart. Whoosh. The killing light was swallowed, and there was a chaotic aura lingering. Yi Xian calmed himself down, and calmed his heart to become one with the heaven-destroying halberd. He wanted to understand some of the secrets of the heaven-destroying halberd. Whine. Suddenly, the Sumeru space opened by itself, and the bronze immortal scripture rippled out. The dozens of pages of stone scripture flipped quickly, and lines of obscure scripture spread out from the bronze immortal scripture. Chapter 543. Qi. Qi. Countless mysterious runes were engraved around Yi Xian's body. The heaven-destroying halberd buzzed and vibrated. Chants of sutras could be heard from all directions. It was as if the souls of the dead were singing, as if a lament was being played. Yi Xian frowned as he carefully listened to this mysterious voice. However, when the chanting entered his ears, the indestructible primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness buzzed, and traces of cracks actually appeared. Freeze! Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He quickly formed a seal with both hands and instantly stabilized the indestructible primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness. However, his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He quickly sealed off his 6 senses in an attempt to prevent the chanting from entering his ears. What a pity! The chanting of the sutras was too terrifying. Even though Yi Xian had sealed his 6 senses, the chanting continued to pour into his ears, causing his sea of knowledge to tremble violently. His indestructible primordial spirit showed signs of cracking again. Damn it! Yi Xian roared in his heart. He didn't expect that just channeling the power of the heaven-punishing halberd would involve the bronze Immortal Sutra. When the auras of these 2 items were connected, it would cause such a terrifying change. Ugh! A muffled groan came out of Yi Xian's mouth. Extreme pain assaulted his indestructible primordial spirit, causing his face to distort to the extreme. It was as if he was suffering from an unimaginable torture. You've crossed the river of time, shattered the heavens and the earth. Gods and demons are crying. All living beings are mourning. We're waiting for your return. Time seemed to come to a standstill and space seemed to be frozen. An ancient voice rang out in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. The voice seemed to transcend the barriers of space and time, vividly appearing in Yi Xian's ears. It gave off an extremely sorrowful feeling. Who are you? Who are you? Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and he tried his best to find the source of the voice. However, the entire bullfighting palace was engulfed in endless fog, and only the voice echoed in Yi Xian's ears. Ah! A shrill cry of pain came from Yi Xian's mouth. His glabella glowed and the blood moon mark appeared on his forehead. It was emitting a mysterious light, causing the heaven-destroying halberd and the bronze immortal scripture to release a mysterious power that had never been seen before. Bang! Like the collapse of the heavenly Tao and the shattering of the heavens, Yi Xian's indestructible soul in his sea of consciousness suddenly collapsed, and he instantly fell into a muddle-headed state. Not a single trace of aura leaked out from his body, and it was as if he had transformed into a corpse. Thump, thump, thump. His heart was beating vigorously, and his blood was flowing like a river. Yi Xian's mortal body withered silently, but the heaven-punishing halberd moved without any wind. The tip of the halberd pierced through Yi Xian's glabella, and a strand of chaotic light was rising, covering Yi Xian within. Where am I? In the boundless heaven and earth, Yi Xian did not know what kind of existence he was now. He stood in a mysterious place, and his entire body was murmuring. His eyes were extremely perplexed. If Yi Xian didn't remember wrongly, he was comprehending the heaven-punishing halberd in the bullfighting palace in hopes of channeling the power of the heaven-punishing halberd for his own use. However, something unexpected happened, causing his indestructible primordial spirit to collapse. When he woke up again, he appeared in this mysterious space. Rumble. Before Yi Xian could regain his senses, the scene in front of him changed drastically. A pitch-black ray of light pierced through the heaven and earth, causing the scene in front of Yi Xian to change drastically as well. Eternity was boundless, and the heaven and earth were endless. A figure seemed to have crossed the river of time, and walked out from the chaos. The chaos fiend gods were roaring, and all living beings were mourning. The chanting of sutras reverberated in the heavens, and an aura of annihilation rose around this figure. Slaughtering the heavens and destroying the earth, and traversing the past and the present. This figure did not allow others to see his appearance clearly, and there was not a trace of celestial light radiating from his body. There was only a wisp of dark fog surrounding his body, and it was extremely frightening to look at. Dong, dong, dong. The Tong Tian moved the earth, and he was invincible. This was a kind of general momentum, and also a kind of invincible confidence, which was vividly displayed by this mysterious figure. Strong. Very strong, so strong that it was simply unimaginable. This was the feeling Yi Xian had towards this mysterious figure at this moment. Yi Xian dared to be 100% sure that this mysterious figure had definitely surpassed the sage to be, and perhaps could stand shoulder to shoulder with a sage. However, there seemed to be a voice in the unseen world telling Yi Xian that this figure was definitely not as simple as a sage. "Who are you?" Yi Xian roared. Unfortunately, this figure did not answer Yi Xian. He just stood in front of him, and stared deeply at Yi Xian through that wisp of dark fog. Intimacy, peace of mind, and the illusion that they were connected by blood, this was the feeling that the figure gave Yi Xian. "Halberd, come." Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was about to approach this figure, the mysterious figure suddenly roared at the sky, causing Yi Xian to be rooted to the spot. Space and time in this part of the world also suddenly changed. Like the beating of a war drum, like the churning of a chaotic galaxy, that wisp of darkness grew in this part of the world, and a 3-meter-long halberd that had traversed the past and the present quietly appeared in the figure's hand. Chaotic Sky 7 kills halberd, life-severing. Space and time were inverted, and the heavens and the earth were destroyed. The mysterious figure swung the heaven-destroying halberd, and the power to kill the heavens and earth bloomed, disrupting the space and time in this part of the world. When he struck out with the halberd, his entire person disappeared in an instant, and only the heaven-destroying halberd remained. Wherever it passed, the world collapsed inch by inch, and was directly annihilated by the halberd. Yi Xian stared blankly at the scene in front of him, and the aura around him was extremely chaotic. His fists were tightly clenched together, because what this mysterious figure was doing was basically teaching him an unimaginable killing technique. Chaotic Sky 7 kills halberd. Yi Xian muttered to himself, and his entire person sank into an unfathomable state. In his mind, he constantly recalled the terrifying power of this halberd, and there was a faint feeling of understanding in his mind. Buzz. Space and time changed, and returned to normal. When the mysterious figure appeared again, his hoarse and ancient voice slowly rang out in this part of the world. Chaotic Sky 7 kills halberd. Chaotic heaven and earth, and destroy the past and present. If you can transcend, then this technique can truly be used by you. Unless it's a life and death crisis, don't use this technique, or you will definitely suffer a great calamity that has never happened before. The mysterious figure spoke, and slowly walked into the distance. However, his back view was lonely and desolate, and it made Yi Xian stare blankly, and an extremely familiar feeling appeared in his mind. "Tell me, who are you?" Yi Xian loudly roared. It was all because this figure gave him a sense of fear, causing his mind to tremble to the extreme. Suddenly, he turned around, and the fog dissipated. The mysterious figure paused, and a handsome face appeared. He had delicate features, and he was extraordinarily handsome. There was a scholarly temperament on his face, but this face made Yi Xian completely speechless, and he even took a few steps back. He simply could not believe his own eyes. "I am you." The mysterious figure lightly smiled. The dark mist around him caused his body to dissipate, and his entire body disappeared from Yi Xian's eyes. Chapter 544. Dumbfounded, shocked, unimaginable, and in disbelief, these were Yi Xian's current emotions. This was because the face that appeared in Yi Xian's eyes was actually his own face. The same gaze, the same face. The only difference was that the other party's eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life and loneliness. This was also the difference between Yi Xian and this mysterious apparition. It was as if this mysterious apparition was Yi Xian's future. Appearing in front of him today was like crossing the barrier of time and space to meet his present self. He is my future. How is this possible? Yi Xian muttered in shock. He could not believe this fact no matter what, because this was simply a fantasy. breaking through the barrier of time and space, crossing the river of time, coming from the future to the present. Even a saint could not do this. This already involved the operation of time and space. It was simply unbelievable. There was a saying in Buddhism: past life, present life, and future life. Every person had 3 people in their life. These 3 people represented that person's life. If the previous me, the present me, and the future me could cultivate all 3 lives to perfection, they would be able to obtain the position of Amitabha Buddha. It was the position of a saint like Zhuanti in the legends. However, this saying was too illusory. Although there were 6 realms of samsara in this world and all living things could be reincarnated, every life was different. It was impossible for 2 identical people to appear in one space and time. If such a thing really happened, it would only cause the way of heaven to collapse and all living things to be destroyed. The mysterious rules of the Great Way would also descend upon the 3 realms and destroy the 3 realms. However, the appearance of this mysterious apparition had broken this taboo. Yi Xian was certain that the person who appeared in front of him, even if it was not his future self, was definitely closely related to him. His thoughts were in a mess, as if he was in a dream. Yi Xian thought hard for a long time but could not get the answer he wanted. Rumble. Suddenly, this mysterious world cracked inch by inch. With a loud bang, this world disappeared. When Yi Xian opened his eyes again, he was still in Bullfighting Palace. The heaven-destroying halberd was still lying across his knees. The palace had no roof, and the sky was filled with stars. A gust of wind blew, causing Yi Xian's hair to flutter in the wind, causing his eyes to become extremely perplexed. Yi Xian looked into his own body and saw that his indestructible primordial spirit was still there. The immortal energy in his body surged like a river. It was as if what happened just now was just a dream. It was simply unbelievable. However, Yi Xian knew that what he had just experienced was not a dream. This was because the chaotic Sky 7 slaughter halberd was firmly engraved in his mind, and the halberd technique displayed by the mysterious phantom was also engraved in his soul. Yi Xian tried his best to suppress his fluctuating emotions. He caressed the pitch-black, icy body of the halberd. A feeling of blood connection appeared in his heart. What a good chaotic Heaven 7 slaughter halberd, what a good life slash. With this halberd technique, you should be able to deal with all sorts of great enemies. Yi Xian softly muttered as a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 100 years passed, and time was like a song. To mortals, 100 years was their entire life. However, to immortals, 100 years was just the blink of an eye. Perhaps they would go into seclusion once or visit a friend once. Rumble. The doors of Bullfighting Palace opened wide. Yi Xian was wearing a black robe and was not dressed as the Celestial Emperor. He was slowly walking out of Bullfighting Palace. Greetings to the Celestial Emperor. The 24 heavenly inspectors, the 28 mansions of the heavenly cycle, the 36 stars of the heavenly spirit, the 72 stars of the earthly fiend, and the immortals of the celestial court were waiting outside Bullfighting Palace. They all bowed to Yi Xian to express their respect. Rumble. The firmament shook, and a dragon's roar pierced the heavens. In the distant firmament, Shen Gongbao rode the celestial emperor Dharma carriage and stopped in front of Yi Xian. Shen Gongbao wore a black Taoist robe and carried the celestial ending sword on his back. He bowed to Yi Xian and said, "This old minister is willing to go with the celestial emperor to the Niwa palace." With the celestial ending sword in hand, all immortals would retreat. Even a pre-saint would have to think twice. Although Shen Gongbao was only Daoyuo Jingxian, he had the celestial ending sword in hand. This represented the attitude of the Tong Tian. Even a pre-saint would have to be wary. If Yi Xian was defeated in the Niwa palace, he could definitely bring Yi Xian back to the celestial court safely with the celestial ending sword and the reputation of the Tong Tian. After all, everyone in the 3 realms knew that the Tong Tian valued Yi Xian very much. Yi Xian was the hope of the Jie sect. Anyone who wanted to murder Yi Xian would be the mortal enemy of the Jie sect. We are willing to go with the Celestial Emperor to the Niwa Palace. Tens of thousands of immortals were begging. Whether it was the Daoyuo Jingxian or the Tai Xian immortals, all the immortals present bowed and wanted to accompany Yi Xian to the Niwa Palace. This trip to the Niwa Palace is my personal matter. You all guard the celestial court. I can go alone, Yi Xian said calmly. You can't do that. Shen Gongbao's expression changed and he stopped Yi Xian. He even bowed to Yi Xian and said anxiously, Celestial Emperor, this old minister doesn't dare to disobey you, but this old minister must accompany you to the Niwa Palace. It was no wonder that Shen Gongbao was so anxious. This trip to the Niwa Palace was full of Tongtian powerful divines, and it was suspected that there were sage to be participating in this event. If Yi Xian met with mishap, how could he explain it to the Tongtian? I have made up my mind. You don't have to say any more. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. His voice was resolute and did not allow Shen Gongbao to continue persuading him. Yi Xian's idea was simple. This trip to the Niwa Palace was full of powerful divines, and the weakest among them was at the second stage of Daoyuo. Even if he brought the immortals of the celestial court, it would only be a show of strength and power. It would be useless for him to go alone. Yi Xian was a man of his words. Not only Shen Gongbao knew this, but the other immortals also knew that Yi Xian's decision could not be changed. Celestial Emperor, since you insist on going alone, the old minister has nothing to say. But please take the immortal eliminating sword with you, so that the old minister can be at ease. Shen Gongbao was silent for a while, then he put down the immortal eliminating sword and handed it to Yi Xian. Shen Gongbao's idea was simple. Since Yi Xian wanted to go alone, as long as he had the immortal eliminating sword, even if he encountered a sage-to-be, he could safely return to the celestial court. After all, the immortal eliminating sword was the spiritual treasure of the Tongtian. Even a sage-to-be would have to think twice. Okay, lend me the immortal eliminating sword for a while. Yi Xian nodded and did not refuse Shen Gongbao's kindness. He directly took the immortal eliminating sword, which made Shen Gongbao feel relieved. I will return to the celestial court in at most 100 years, or at least 30 years. You all will guard the celestial court. There must not be any mistakes. Yi Xian carried the immortal eliminating sword on his back. When he took a step out, he turned into a red cloud and shot toward the outside of the 33rd heaven. Farewell, Celestial Emperor. The immortals bowed and respectfully sent Yi Xian off. But there was a touch of worry in their eyes, because this trip to the Niwa Palace was too dangerous. They were deeply afraid that Yi Xian would encounter a great disaster. After all, those who could go to the Niwa Palace were all great mediums of the Tongtian. How could they be afraid of Yi Xian, the Celestial Emperor? Chapter 545. The wind and clouds had gathered, and a storm was approaching. All those who possessed great divine abilities had converged their gazes onto Niwa's palace. Since the creation of the world, there had only been 6 saints besides Tao ancestor Hongjun, who had merged with the Tao to control the will of the heavens. They could be said to be supreme existences. The only female saint was Niwa. At the beginning of the creation of the world, Gonggong knocked down Mount Buzhou. Niwa refined stone to mend the blue sky. Later, she molded earth to create man. These 2 great virtues made her a saint. When Saint Niwa issued a decree to recruit a worthy son-in-law from Niwa Palace, this was an unprecedented event in the 3 realms. Not to mention the Empyrean fairy's beauty, just being able to form a relationship with Saint Niwa was a great opportunity. Yama, the underworld, the earth immortal for prefectures, and too many terrifying characters were all rushing to Niwa Palace. As the saying went, one would not take up a job without a diamond. However, those who dared to participate in this event at Niwa Palace were extremely confident in themselves. After all, those with weak cultivations were not qualified to enter these muddy waters. Rumble. Yi Xian was dressed in black and carried the immortal ending sword on his back. Astral winds blew in his face, causing his clothes to rustle. Every step he took covered a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers, and the zenith heaven immortal light around him violently blossomed. Yi Xian did not hide anything. He came with the momentum of the celestial emperor and the conviction to suppress all enemies. The Empyrean fairy could only become his woman. Niwa Palace was located outside the 33 layers of heaven. It was also where the saint's dojo was located. It could be said to be a small world. Celestial light sprinkled down from the auspicious clouds of the 9 heavens. After traversing millions of miles and stepping through the 9 layers of clouds, Yi Xian stepped directly outside the 33 layers of heaven. The luminous sun star rumbled as it rotated. The resplendent Milky Way was vast and boundless. Each star was shining, and the Milky Way was churning. There were also many meteorites scattered in the starry sky, giving off a majestic feeling. An ancient path of starlight stretched out, and the holy light illuminated the starry sky. The stars streaked across the sky, drawing out a blueprint of the starry sky. The surging meteors were extremely dazzling, and they gave people a dizzy feeling. Rumble. Celestial light surged in all directions. Countless Tongtian great divination masters appeared outside the 33rd heaven. Some of them sat cross-legged in ancient chariots, some rode on ancient beasts, and some walked alone with a sword. Vile dragons roared, flood dragons roared, and ghost generals led the way. Tongtian greater demons galloped through the starry sky, causing the 33 heavens to tremble to the extreme. Yi Xian, one man and one sword, stood proudly in the starry sky. When he opened and closed his eyes, it was as if 2 great stars were rumbling and rotating within them. When he took a step forward, he quietly appeared above the starry sky. Rumble. The starry sky exploded as the sea of stars churned. The stars streaked across the sky above the ancient path. 9 vile dragons pulled a golden chariot from behind Yi Xian. Scram. Arrogant, despotic, domineering, and unreasonable. These 2 simple words represented the will of the person who came. The person pulling the chariot was a grand Luo demon monarch. A majestic golden figure was sitting cross-legged in the chariot. The person who shouted was the grand Luo demon monarch. The golden whip swung and whistled through the starry sky. Just the grand Luo demon king pulling the chariot was the second dividing line of the grand Luo realm. He violently whipped the 9 flood dragons with an undeniable arrogance. Brilliant Sun Heavenly Lord. A great divination master recognized the newcomer and exclaimed. Many great divination masters quickly moved out of the way to avoid clashing with Brilliant Sun Heavenly Lord's chariot. Taoist in front, scram. The golden chariot rumbled as the 9 vile dragons ferociously roared. The grand Luo demon king pulling the chariot roared and lashed at Yi Xian with his golden whip. At this moment, Yi Xian frowned. He didn't expect that someone would dare to attack him when he had just entered the 33 heavens. Furthermore, he had never heard of Brilliant Sun Heavenly Lord, nor did he know who he was. Bang! Yi Xian pointed out with his finger. It was as if the celestial river had turned upside down and the stars had exploded. The immortal light exploded from his fingertip, distorting space-time and suppressing the laws. The 9 vile dragons turned into a bloody mist. The grand Luo demon king who was pulling the chariot let out a miserable howl. His body cracked like a spider web as he fell under the golden chariot. Hiss. As the sound of someone sucking in a breath of cold air could be heard, the ancient path of the starry sky instantly became deathly silent. All the great divine abilities that passed by looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. They didn't know who this person was that dared to clash with heavenly monarch Sunday. Yi Xian didn't feel the puzzled gazes of the great divination masters. He suddenly turned around and continued walking along the starry sky path as if he had just done something casual. Dao friend's cultivation is not bad, but you intend to leave after injuring my servant? Suddenly, before Yi Xian could take a few steps, a calm voice came from behind him. The 9 heavens divine fire rose, distorting the laws of heaven and earth. The flames that could burn all things illuminated the starry sky path in a fiery red color. Yi Xian paused and slowly turned his head to look behind him. He saw a golden figure slowly walking out from the golden ancient chariot. The flames of the great sun 9 heavens burned around him, and his golden hair was like a golden sun, making it impossible for people to look directly at him. Brilliant Sun Heavenly Lord's true form was an ancient golden crow that controlled the power of the sun. He was a terrifying figure in the third watershed of Grand Luo and a famous great divination master in ancient times. His 9 heavens divine fire could burn all things and there were few who could match him in the same realm. Although he wasn't famous in the 3 realms, anyone who knew about Brilliant Sun Heavenly Lord knew that he was extremely difficult to deal with. Not many were willing to provoke him. The golden crow was domineering and had extraordinary talents. It controlled the essence of the sun. If Brilliant Sun Heavenly Lord wanted to, he could turn into a golden sun and display a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Thump, thump, thump. Brilliant Sun Heavenly Lord moved forward as the 9 heavens divine fire burned. The aura that could melt all things bloomed around him. When he opened and closed his eyes, it was as if 2 golden suns were burning in his eyes. He was slowly walking towards Yi Xian. Looking at Brilliant Sun Heavenly Lord's terrifying cultivation, Yi Xian's expression didn't change. The aura around him didn't fluctuate at all. He looked at Brilliant Sun Heavenly Lord with an extremely indifferent gaze. Do you have a death wish? Yi Xian's voice was very calm, so calm that it didn't have the slightest ripple. It was as if he was talking about something very casual. However, when it entered the ears of the heavenly monarch of the sun, it caused him to suffocate. A cold killing intent flashed through the eyes of the heavenly monarch of the sun. You are the first person who dares to speak to me like this in 3 million years. Brilliant Sun Heavenly Lord put his hands behind his back and looked down at Yi Xian in a condescending manner. An extremely terrifying aura pressed down on Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't feel the aura that Brilliant Sun Heavenly Lord displayed. He looked at Brilliant Sun Heavenly Lord with a look of contempt. Chapter 546. If I were you, I wouldn't talk so much nonsense, because people will die if they talk too much. Don't you understand that? Yi Xian coldly laughed. He slowly raised his right arm and hooked his finger towards the heavenly monarch of the sun. Come, let this emperor see how capable you are, you evil creature. As the celestial emperor, I shall suppress all enemies in the world. This was Yi Xian's pride and his invincible confidence. No matter who stood in his way, he would suppress them. Anyone who refused to submit could only become a dead man. Whoosh! The various experts were in an uproar. The masters who were originally moving forward all surrounded Yi Xian and the heavenly monarch of the sun. A hint of excitement flashed through their eyes. After all, it had been a very long time since a battle between 2 peak golden heavenly immortals had taken place. Every single peak golden heavenly immortal was a revered existence in the 3 dimensions, so if they could witness a battle between peak golden heavenly immortals, even if they couldn't marry the 9th heavenly fairy, it would still make their trip worthwhile. Actually, all the great figures of the various powers were clearly aware of their own ability. Wanting to marry the mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens could be said to be as difficult as ascending the heavens, and their main objective was to come to Nuwa's Dao Palace and witness the battle between the various great figures. Comprehending by analogy and understanding oneself was also a kind of cultivation. Naturally, all the great divinities were looking forward to it. They all hoped that there would be an earth-shattering battle between the 2 of them. At this moment, Brilliant Sun Sovereign was no longer calm. The heavenly fire around him burned terrifyingly. He looked at Yi Xian with terrifying murderous intent. Glorious Sun Heaven Monarch was an extremely proud and arrogant person. He had never put anyone below the sage-to-be realm in his eyes. But today, Glorious Sun Heaven Monarch realized that he had met someone who was even more arrogant than him. That person had actually challenged him directly. "No matter who you are, you're courting death for daring to provoke me," Brilliant Sun Sovereign said coldly. The laws of heaven and earth around him were rioting. The 9 heavens' divine fire shot up from the ancient path of the starry sky, stirring up the galaxies and meteorites in all directions. "Let's see how capable you are." Yi Xian smiled coldly. "Great Sun Golden Sun." Brilliant Sun Monarch didn't waste any more words. He roared loudly because no one dared to provoke him. Anyone who did would die. Rumble. A golden sun condensed in the starry sky, and the aura that could incinerate all things bloomed. The Sun Sovereign drew a circle with his hands, and golden runes filled the sky, converging into an extremely terrifying technique, which crashed down on Yi Xian. "You dare to show off with such petty tricks?" Yi Xian smiled contemptuously. He didn't even use the Tribulation Transcender transformation. When he punched out, the bright fist light illuminated the starry sky. The Tongtian's fist light directly shattered the golden sun into nothingness. Bang! The starry sky exploded, and the ancient paths shook. When the two extremely terrifying forces collided, the aftershock that leaked out shook the surroundings, and it also caused the various great ability users to use great techniques to isolate the aftershock of the two forces. Buzz! The power dissipated, and a light shadow appeared. Yi Xian stood in the center of the starry sky ancient path, indifferently looking at Brilliant Sun Sovereign in front of him. On the other hand, Brilliant Sun Sovereign's expression was cold, and his eyes were narrowed as he looked at Yi Xian. "Who are you?" Just a single strike was enough to make the Sun Glorious Heavenly Monarch officially recognize Yi Xian. Although he wasn't famous in the 3 realms, he knew all the people at the peak of the Golden Immortal realm. Just that strike from before showed that Yi Xian wasn't a nobody. Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian. These simple words came out of Yi Xian's mouth, but it also stunned the various great ability users. They all looked at Yi Xian. Brilliant Sun Sovereign's eyes turned, and a look of understanding flashed across his eyes. "I was wondering who it was. So it's the new Heavenly Emperor. No wonder you dare to block my path." Brilliant Sun Sovereign nodded, finally understanding who Yi Xian was. However, as a peak grand heavenly realm existence, he wasn't too afraid of Yi Xian's identity. After all, at their level, the so-called identity was next to nothing. Only cultivation was the true essence. "Yi Xian, I've heard of your deeds, but you should never have offended me. Do you know who I am?" Brilliant Sun Sovereign put his hands behind his back, and his posture was extremely arrogant. It was no wonder that Brilliant Sun Sovereign was so arrogant. He was an ancient golden crow, born from the fire essence of heaven and earth. When he was born, he had the cultivation of all heaven golden immortal, and there was a great possibility that he would become a quasi-saint in the future. Why would he care about Yi Xian? "I'm not interested in knowing who you are, but if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Yi Xian said calmly, looking at Brilliant Sun Sovereign as if he was looking at a dead man. His words were filled with great disdain. Ever since Yi Xian stepped into the second grand heavenly realm and used the Tribulation Transcender transformation, he didn't care about peak grand heavenly realm experts. Brilliant Sun Sovereign's cultivation was only at the 8th heavenly realm. Although it would take some effort to kill him, it wasn't impossible. "You're courting death." No matter how good Brilliant Sun Sovereign's temper was, he couldn't stand Yi Xian's disregard. Not to mention, he was an extremely arrogant person. This made him forget all his scruples about Yi Xian. His whole body turned into a ball of scorching sun and rushed toward Yi Xian. "Die!" Brilliant Sun Sovereign's true form was an ancient golden crow. In addition to the great divine ability of the ninth heaven's divine fire, his physical strength was also extremely terrifying. When he swung his fists, they carried a terrifying force, wanting to kill Yi Xian on the spot. "I'll send you on your way." Yi Xian smiled sinisterly as he took a step forward and shot towards the heavenly monarch of the sun. The starry sky ancient path shook violently, and when he raised his fists, he mercilessly smashed towards the heavenly monarch of the sun. Bang! The two fists collided, causing the starry sky to explode. The two were sent flying backward, but the terrifying shockwaves caused the surrounding asteroids to explode and the galaxy to churn violently. "Die!" Yi Xian savagely roared. His origin immortal body glowed as he took a step forward, tearing through the starry sky and instantly appearing in front of brilliant Sun Sovereign. His fists swung with a terrifying force, carrying an aura that could kill all things as they descended on brilliant Sun Sovereign. In the face of Yi Xian's fists, brilliant Sun Sovereign's expression changed. He hurriedly urged his immortal energy to transform his arms into golden crow claws that viciously swiped at Yi Xian. Ah! His finger bones were broken and he let out a miserable howl. Something that caused all the great abilities to be shocked appeared. The tyrannical golden crow's claws were shattered inch by inch under Yi Xian's fistlight, and his mangled palms were in an extremely miserable state. Yi Xian's zenith immortal body was too terrifying. When he stepped into the second watershed of the zenith immortal realm, his zenith immortal body had also improved greatly and became even more terrifying. Bang! The heavenly monarch of the sun was directly blasted flying. Several of his ribs were broken, and he couldn't help but spit out blood from his mouth. The nine heavens' divine flames quickly covered him, and he borrowed the terrifying force of Yi Xian's fist to retreat backwards. "Do you think you can leave?" Yi Xian didn't back down. He was smiling savagely, a smile that was too sinister and terrifying. Chapter 547. Yi Xian did not relent after gaining the upper hand. He smiled savagely, and his smile was too sinister and terrifying. Star plucking. It was as if the Milky Way was hanging upside down, as if all things had turned to dust. Yi Xian's domineering voice rang out, and an extremely terrifying thing happened. Yi Xian's entire body was glowing. This was a light that transcended the heavens and the earth. His palm and fingers were reaching out, stirring up the luminous starry sky. The boundless galaxy and the stars in the heavens were rioting. Rumble. Since time immemorial, the stars stretched across the sky. Although a star was only 1,000,000 miles in size and was rotating along a fixed orbit in the starry sky, under the suction force of Yi Xian's fingers, it actually deviated from its fixed orbit and rumbled towards Yi Xian. Overturn the sea. Whoosh, the luminous celestial river overturned the sky, and the 10 million feet high waves roared. Under Yi Xian's terrifying grand technique, the starry river of 1,000,000 miles long rolled back towards him. Kill. Yi Xian raised the star with his palm, and when he slapped out, the resplendent star smashed towards heavenly monarch sun with an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. However, Yi Xian's attack was not over yet. The galaxy river, which was millions of miles long, rumbled and collapsed. It carried an aura that could destroy all things as it surrounded Yi Xian. When Yi Xian performed the hand seal, the galaxy river, which was millions of miles long, rushed toward sun-shining emperor with the power of a landslide and a tsunami. Bang! The stars struck, the starry sky exploded, and the river surged, burying everything. When these two supreme arts were used by Yi Xian, heavenly monarch sun's face turned pale. The nine heavens' divine fire burst out, protecting him in the center. Rumble. The stars within 1,000,000 miles were exploding, and the vast galaxy was evaporating. The entire starry sky was in turmoil. The two peerless arts drowned heavenly lord of sun in an instant, causing him to suffer an unimaginable calamity. The entire hall was bright and the starry sky was in chaos. The dazzling brilliance illuminated the starry sky, causing the various great ability users to watch in shock. They were not shocked by Yi Xian's technique, but shocked that the mighty glorious Sun-Star Monarch had been beaten by Yi Xian to the point where he could not even fight back. An entire few tens of breaths of time passed before this area of the starry sky stopped raging, and the dazzling radiance gradually dispersed. Yi Xian was dressed in black. The celestial ending sword was sheathed diagonally on his back. His hands were behind his back as he looked into the distance. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was only indifference and ruthlessness. Huff, huff, huff. The sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Heavenly Lord of Sun was panting violently 100,000 miles away. However, he looked extremely miserable at that moment. His golden hair was disheveled, and the corners of his mouth were stained with blood. His stalwart body was also covered in blood. Clearly, he had suffered a great setback in the battle with Yi Xian. I thought you were very capable, but it turns out that you are just a piece of trash who bluffs. Yi Xian's words were filled with disdain. He didn't give the Sun Heavenly Monarch any face at all. This caused the Sun Heavenly Monarch to clench his fists tightly as his eyes gradually turned crimson red as he looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, do you really think I am easy to bully? Rumble. The 9 heavens' divine fire was burning, and Heavenly Lord of Sun was blooming with boundless flames. Although he was at the 8th heavenly layer of Daoyuo heaven, his innate ability was above controlling the 9 heavens' divine fire. He had yet to use his true ability, so how could he be willing to lose to Yi Xian? I'll kill you with my palm. Yi Xian smiled coldly, and his voice echoed in the starry sky. How dare you? When had the heavenly monarch of the sun ever suffered such humiliation? This also caused him to roar in anger. The heavenly flames around his body burned to the extreme, as if he was about to use a truly terrifying great technique to fight with Yi Xian in the next moment. Ha! Suddenly, before Heavenly Lord of Sun could make a move, a golden figure walked through the starry sky. When the golden light dissipated, a handsome young man with a face as white as jade appeared. Rock-emo. When the young man appeared, all the powerful experts were in an uproar. Their eyes narrowed slightly, and Heavenly Lord of Sun's expression changed drastically. The terrifying flames around him also temporarily stopped. Brother Sun, of all the people you could provoke, you just had to provoke Yi Qiandi. Aren't you just asking for it? Rock-emo grinned at Heavenly Lord of Sun, then looked at Yi Xian. He said with a gentle expression, hearing about Yi Qiandi is not as good as meeting him in person. I have long heard of your unparalleled combat power. Today, I see that you really live up to your reputation. Humph. Suddenly, Heavenly Lord of Sun's heavenly fire was extinguished. He looked at Rock-emo with slight fear, then glared at Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, don't be too proud. Let's see who's stronger in Nuwa Palace. After saying those words, Heavenly Lord of Sun turned into a crimson cloud and shot toward Nuwa Palace along the starry sky ancient path. Clearly, Rock-emo's appearance had given him great pressure. I am Daoist Rock-emo, greetings, Yi Daoyu. Although Rock-emo looked like a young man, he had an elegant temperament. He cupped his hands at Yi Xian and greeted Yi Xian. As the saying went, one does not slap a smiling face. Yi Xian naturally would not make enemies for no reason. This also made him take a deep look at Rock-emo, then cupped his hands and said, your cultivation is unfathomable. I am impressed. Yi Xian was not flattering Rock-emo. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Although Rock Demon was trying his best to conceal his aura, Yi Xian was still able to tell with a glance that this person's cultivation was at the 9th level of the Great Luo stage. Although his aura wasn't obvious, he was definitely an extremely difficult person to deal with. I am fortunate enough to meet Yi Qiandi today. Why don't we travel together? Rock-emo smiled and invited Yi Xian. Yi Xian lightly smiled as he looked at Rock Demon's kind smile. If he refused this person's invitation, it would seem as if he was afraid of Rock Demon. This caused Yi Xian to nod his head and say, "Since fellow Taoist has invited me, how could I refuse?" Yi Tiandi really is a straightforward person. Rock Mo laughed loudly and strolled over to Yi Xian's side. Rock Mo and Yi Xian walked together. When this scene appeared before the eyes of all the powerful experts, fear flashed through their eyes. They looked at Yi Xian with strange gazes. Rock Mo. His true form was the golden-winged Great Peng, and he was an extremely powerful demon. Don't be fooled by the fact that he looked like a refined young man in his human form, making him seem harmless to humans and animals. The fact that he was called the Demon Rock also proved that he was extremely vicious and had no bottom line. He would do anything that was beneficial to him. It was said that Rock Demon had offended a sage-to-be in the past and was chased for hundreds of millions of miles by that sage-to-be. He was almost killed by that sage-to-be, but he managed to escape with his life by relying on various secret techniques. From this, it could be seen that Rock Demon was not an ordinary person. Even among Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, he stood at the peak. To be able to remain unfettered while being chased by a quasi-saint, just this ability alone was enough to make all the Daluo Jinxian extremely fearful. But today, Rock Mo wanted to travel with Yi Xian. None of the powerful experts believed that Rock Mo had no ulterior motives towards Yi Xian. This was because those who understood Rock Mo knew that he was someone who would not do anything without benefits. Anyone who stuck to him would not have a good ending. Chapter 548. The starry sky ancient path crisscrossed outside the 33 layers of heaven. The starry sky ancient path where Yi Xian was at was only one of them. The battle between him and the glorious Sun Sovereign was also just a small interlude. The luminous starry sky had countless stars. It was a land beyond the heavens and also a place for saints. If the starry sky ancient path did not appear, even Daluo Jinxian would not be able to find the location of the Niwa Palace. Yi Xian and Peng Mo walked together. The two of them chatted and laughed along the way. Those who did not know would think that they were old friends who had not seen each other for many years. However, only the two of them knew that they were testing each other with their words. How could there be any affection between them? It seems that Big Brother Yi is determined to get the Empyrean Fairy. If there's anything you need from me, just say the word and I'll do my best to help. Along the way, Peng Mo took advantage of the situation and insisted on calling Yi Xian Big Brother, and called himself a worthy younger brother. This made Yi Xian sneer in his heart. Peng Mo was extremely shrewd and did not put on any airs. Even though he was at the peak of the grand heavenly realm, he still lowered himself to the extreme. However, this kind of person was undoubtedly terrifying. He was a true villain with a terrifying cultivation. When these two characteristics were combined, Yi Xian could not help but pay attention to him. This was because people like Peng Mo would call you Big Brother, and then turn hostile and stab you in the back. Yi Xian dared to believe in his judgment because he also had such characteristics. A worthy younger brother must be joking. I heard that a quasi-saint will be coming to the Niwa Palace this time. It won't be easy for me to marry the Empyrean Fairy, Yi Xian said with a smile. Don't worry, Big Brother. Even if a quasi-saint really comes, with the celestial extinguishing sword behind you, you won't be afraid of him, Peng Mo said with a laugh. Hearing Mo Peng's words, a wisp of understanding quietly flashed past Yi Xian's eyes. So Mo Peng hadn't come for him, but for the immortal ending sword on his back. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that the terminating celestial sword was wrapped in black cloth. Not only did its aura not leak out, it also did not reveal any clues. How did Rock Demon know that he was carrying the terminating celestial sword? Rumble. The starry space swayed as the ancient path glowed. Just as the two of them were chatting, the end of the ancient path also appeared. A majestic palace floated in the boundless starry space. Niwa Palace. It was dazzling and resplendent with thousands of strands of auspicious energy. Moreover, there was even a palace with supreme celestial light that coiled around in all directions. A boundless grand aura assaulted the face, and it gave off a boundless and heavy feeling. Chi! Chi! Brilliant lights flashed across the 9 heavens, and one after another, ancient paths were connected to the Nuwa Palace. On each of these paths, there were great experts rushing towards the Nuwa Palace. Big brother, the Nuwa Palace is right in front of us. Let's not waste any more time and hurry over. As Rock Demon spoke, he took the lead and shot towards Nuwa's palace. This caused Yi Xian to lightly smile as he transformed into a streak of light and followed behind Rock Demon. Clang, clang, clang. It sounded like the morning bell and the evening drum, like the celestial music from the 9 heavens. The ancient bell chimes reverberated in the Nuwa Palace. One after another, the ancient paths of the starry sky disappeared. In front of the Nuwa Palace, there were more than 1,000 great practitioners from all over the world. It was all-encompassing and too much for the eye to take in. The Tongtian immortal light was steaming and the demonic light was blooming. When the Tongtian great mediums from all over gathered in front of the Nuwa Palace, it made this part of the world extremely lively. Even the surrounding laws of heaven and earth were slightly disrupted. Every single person here was not a nobody in the 3 realms. Any one of them was a great figure who could be revered as an ancestor. Their lifespans were also extremely long. Even the various great orthodoxies had to treat them as guests of honor and did not dare to slight them in the slightest. When Yi Xian and Rock Mo arrived in front of the Nuwa Palace, they naturally attracted the attention of the great practitioners from all over. When they saw Rock Mo and Yi Xian coming together, their eyes narrowed slightly. Then, they looked away and waited for the gates of the Nuwa Palace to open. At this moment, Yi Xian placed his hands behind his back and looked at the great practitioners in all directions. Wherever his gaze landed, a solemn look flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. Strong, very strong, simply terrifyingly strong. That was Yi Xian's mood. That was because the person with the weakest cultivation here was at the 2nd grand heavenly realm. As for the 3rd grand heavenly realm, there were dozens of them, ranging from the 7th to the 9th heavenly realm. Among these 1,000 people, there were a few figures that Yi Xian remembered deeply in his mind. There was a yellow-robed Taoist. His face was haggard and his eyes were lifeless. A faint yellow light covered him. Although he did not reveal any aura around him, the great practitioners around him maintained a distance of 10,000 feet from him. There was a stalwart figure shrouded in dark light. He wore an imperial crown on his head and had a rough appearance. He wore a cold imperial robe and stood proudly in the center with his hands behind his back. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was an aura of disdain for the world. There was another person, a black-robed youth. Like Yi Xian, he had a sword sheathed diagonally on his back. His jet-black hair draped behind his head and he was resting with his eyes closed, giving off the feeling that he was hidden in a sheath. There was an old man with white hair and a beard. He wore a bluish-white Taoist robe and gave off the feeling of an immortal. The grand heavenly realm around him rippled faintly as he smiled and chatted with the great practitioners in all directions. Yi Xian sensed that these 4 were all at the 9th heavenly realm. If they could break through the grand heavenly realm, they would enter the ranks of the quasi-saints. Of course, these were only the terrifying figures that Yi Xian sensed. There were even some whose auras were not obvious. Even with Yi Xian's probing, he could not sense their cultivation. The quasi-saints that Yi Xian had always regarded as great enemies did not appear at all. This made Yi Xian frown. He did not know if the rumor of the quasi-saints coming to the Nuwa Palace was true. Perhaps it was because Yi Xian's gaze wasn't concealed at all, but when he examined the 4 people at the 9th level of the all-heaven stage, the 4 of them also looked towards Yi Xian. The yellow-robed Taoist's face was haggard. He glanced indifferently at Yi Xian and then closed his eyes without any other expression. The stalwart figure shrouded in dark light looked coldly at Yi Xian. When his eyes opened and closed, a hint of surprise flashed through them. Then, he no longer looked at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Good sword. The black-robed youth suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like lightning and swords. He suddenly stared at the celestial ending sword behind Yi Xian. His voice was hoarse and stiff as if he had not spoken for thousands of years. The white-robed Taoist smile disappeared. When he looked at Yi Xian, his face instantly turned gloomy. A hint of killing intent flashed through his eyes and then quickly disappeared without a trace. Big brother, it seems that you have been targeted. Peng Yimo secretly transmitted his voice and laughed. Do you know who these 4 people are? Yi Xian asked softly. It was no wonder that Yi Xian did not know these 4 people. It had only been 10,000 years since he became an earthly immortal. How could he know these people? This also made him ask Peng Yimo, Big brother, listen to me in detail. These 4 people have quite a big background. Peng Yimo smiled and quickly introduced the 4 people to Yi Xian. Chapter 549. The yellow-clothed Taoist's real name was the Netherworld Taoist. His true form was a ghost immortal from the Netherworld. He attained Tao in the prehistoric age and cultivated the Netherworld immortal scripture. Unlike other ghost immortals, his Netherworld water could destroy people's primordial spirit and transform it into a human body. He was an extremely terrifying big shot from the Netherworld. The stalwart man with the emperor's crown on his head was even more prominent. He was one of the 5 ghost emperors and was known as the Ghost Emperor of the East, Shen Tuesday. His ghost Tao technique was second to none in the 3 realms. The black-clothed youth had a mysterious origin. No one knew where he came from. They only knew that after the great god investiture tribulation, the black-clothed youth appeared out of nowhere and fought with Mahamayuri. Although he was defeated by Kong Xian, he became famous after the battle and was called Sword Demon by various almighty figures. As for the last white-clothed Taoist, he was much more famous because he was one of the 2 vice sect masters of the Chan sect. He was also Yuanshi Tianzuan's personal disciple, Immortal Wang of the South Pole. Hearing Rock Mo's introduction of the 4 people, Yi Xian suddenly understood. No wonder Immortal Wang of the South Pole looked at him with such an unfriendly gaze. Obviously, he had killed too many people from the Chan sect. As a member of the Chan sect, how could Immortal Wang of the South Pole be nice to him? If they were not in front of the Nuwa Palace, Immortal Wang of the South Pole would definitely seek justice from him. Yi Xian already knew the origins of the 4 of them, but the one that Yi Xian was most interested in was this black-clothed youth, because this black-clothed youth was a member of the witch clan. Although he had concealed his aura completely, Yi Xian cultivated the undying immortal scripture, and there were many secret techniques of the witch clan recorded within it. Under the sensing of his aura, he was able to see through the sword demon's true body with a single glance. Rumble. Just as Yi Xian was deep in thought, he saw the door to Nuwa Palace open with a rumble. A palace maid walked out of Nuwa Palace. This caused the outside of Nuwa Palace to suddenly fall silent. Everyone's gaze was focused on this palace maid. Her Highness Nuwa has decreed that tomorrow morning at the Primal Chaos Tao Right Temple, the one who wins will take the Empyrean Fairy as his wife. After the palace maid finished speaking, she entered the Nuwa Palace. However, the world around her suddenly changed. Pavilions and palaces appeared one after another. Clearly, they were temporary resting places for the various great powers. Although these thousands of people were not nameless, they did not have the qualifications to enter the Nuwa Palace because the Nuwa Palace did not allow men to enter. This was also a rule of the Nuwa Palace. Qi. 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 The various great powers entered the palaces and pavilions one by one, waiting for the opening of tomorrow's event. Under the Rock Demon King's invitation, Yi Xian and Yi Xian entered the closest palace together. Star Palace. This was the Tao Right Temple that Yi Xian was currently residing in. The Rock Demon King chatted briefly with him for a while before leaving. However, his words indicated that he wanted to experience the Tongtian Celestial Ending Sword, but Yi Xian tactfully declined. Only after the Rock Demon King left did Yi Xian sit cross-legged in the center of the Tao Right Temple. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He could finally confirm that the Rock Demon King wanted to borrow the Celestial Ending Sword. This was also his goal in approaching him. Of course, the Rock Demon's cultivation was unfathomable. Although he was extremely humble in front of Yi Xian, it did not mean that he was a useless person. On the contrary, the Rock Demon King was completely on par with the 4 people that Yi Xian had seen before. If Yi Xian was not mistaken, the Rock Demon King's visit to the Nuwa Palace this time was probably not for the Empyrean Fairy. The absence of quasi-saints and the gathering of grand heavenly immortals. This event is getting more and more interesting, Yi Xian said softly, a hint of hostility flashing through his eyes. Some people might ask, could it be that Yi Xian spent so much effort to come to the Nuwa Palace to marry the Empyrean Fairy? As mentioned before, Yi Xian treated women only as tools to be used. The so-called love did not exist in him at all. Yi Xian wanted to marry the Empyrean Fairy. First of all, this woman was already his. As a man, Yi Xian would not allow other men to touch the Empyrean Fairy in the slightest. The second reason was that the Celestial Court had just been established and still lacked the Queen Mother. This was also the reason why Yi Xian had to marry the Empyrean Fairy. This was because only the Empyrean Fairy could convince all the people of the 3 realms, and only her identity could assume the position of the Queen Mother. The third reason was that the Empyrean Fairy was the disciple of the Nuwa. As his cultivation gradually increased, he would eventually have to face the 6 saints of the heavens and earth in the future. Marrying the Empyrean Fairy would also allow him to form a relationship with the Saint Nuwa. As for the last reason, it was also the most important one. The Empyrean Fairy had the born Taoism aptitude. In the Yin-Yang world, she was in perfect harmony with Yi Xian, allowing Yi Xian to break through to the 4th sky of Daoyuo. If he could cultivate the Yin-Yang dual cultivation way with the Empyrean Fairy for a long time, his cultivation would improve rapidly. Moreover, Yi Xian had a faint premonition that the Empyrean Fairy was the key to him stepping into the sage-to-be. Using strength to prove one's way and become the saint of all saints. This was an unprecedented path. Breaking the limits of this world, transcending the 3 realms, and becoming a saint above the heavenly way was Yi Xian's ambition. This path was difficult and rugged. Perhaps one wrong step would lead to death. However, Yi Xian had no one to accompany him on this path. All his family and friends were buried in the yellow soil. This was also faintly in line with the emotionless method. The Taishang emotionless, slaughtering the world. Not only did he kill the enemies of the world, but he also killed those who blocked his path. Perhaps he would also kill those who were close to him. Only in this way could he achieve supreme cultivation. The next day at 7 in the morning. Dong, dong, dong. 81 consecutive bell tolls were ringing. The pavilions and palaces slowly dissipated. The luminous starry sky rumbled and shook. A beam of chaotic light sprinkled down, causing the space-time of this world to suddenly change. Buzz. The stars moved and the space-time changed. Large stars lay across the starry sky. The boundless sea of stars churned violently. In the deepest part of the sea of stars, a saint light slowly bloomed as if she was the only one in the world. Saint Nuwa. She did not reveal her appearance or power. She seemed to not exist in this world. She was silent and immeasurable. The heavenly way saint was vividly displayed on her body. Rumble. A beam of light shot out from the depths of the sea of stars. This light was like the light of dawn. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. When the light dissipated, a chaotic Tao field that spanned millions of miles appeared. Immortal light sprinkled down and the sound of Tao rumbled. This chaotic Tao field was paved with white jade crystals. Extremely mysterious patterns were engraved on it, causing people to feel heavy at a glance. Dong, dong, dong. Lotuses bloomed in the void and the sound of Tao rumbled. A beautiful figure stepped through the starry sky. She was dressed in a long white dress. Her hair was tied into a bun and her eyes were abnormally bright like stars. The Empyrean Fairy, the goddess of the three realms. When she stood in the center of the chaotic Tao field, all the powerful beings suddenly fell silent. Many people looked at the Empyrean Fairy with infatuation. Chapter 550. The Empyrean Fairy was a peerless celestial goddess. She was devastatingly beautiful. Although she did not smile, the Empyrean Fairy was already the brightest star in the primal chaos Tao field. Greetings, Empyrean Fairy. The various experts stood up and greeted her. Although it was not a grand gesture, it showed how extraordinary and lofty the Empyrean Fairy was. Of course, not everyone greeted the Empyrean Fairy. The peak grand heavenly immortals merely nodded at the Empyrean Fairy as a greeting. This was the pride of peak grand heavenly immortals. After all, they were peak grand heavenly immortals and could step into the ranks of quasi-saints at any time. Although the chances were slim, it was not impossible. Although the Empyrean Fairy was Nuwa's disciple, it was not enough for them to lower themselves. The Empyrean Fairy stood at the center of the primal chaos Tao field and was looking at the various experts. When Yi Xian entered her sight, her breathing stopped for a moment. Then, the corners of her mouth curled into a smile as she looked at Yi Xian and nodded at him. Silence. Silence. Deathly silence. The Empyrean Fairy's obvious smile at Yi Xian caused the various experts' expressions to change slightly. They all looked at Yi Xian's direction and looked at Yi Xian with great hostility. That bitch. Yi Xian's expression turned cold. He did not need to think to know that the Empyrean Fairy was doing it on purpose. She was simply letting the various experts take special care of him. Hee hee. The Rock Devil chuckled, brother, it seems like the Empyrean Fairy has a good impression of you. I wonder if you can enjoy such good fortune. Yi Xian did not respond to the Rock Devil's teasing. He only narrowed his eyes and looked at the Empyrean Fairy before closing his eyes slightly. He was like an old monk in meditation and was not disturbed by anything outside. At the center of the primal chaos Tao field, the Empyrean Fairy smiled as she looked at Yi Xian's appearance. A trace of playfulness flashed through her eyes. Although the Empyrean Fairy had lost her virginity to Yi Xian, it did not mean that she did not hate Yi Xian. After all, the two of them had not known each other for a long time. If Yi Xian had not taken her body, then why would the Nuwa hold this grand meeting? Of course, the Empyrean Fairy was also a prideful person. Although she had heard from the Nuwa that Yi Xian might be the heaven's chosen saint, this was only a guess. If Yi Xian emerged victorious from the various experts, then it would prove that Yi Xian was very likely to be the heaven's chosen saint. Marrying him would not be a disgrace to the Empyrean Fairy's status. My husband will stand at the peak of the three realms and will become a quasi-saint in the future. Only then will he be a good match for me. It's not too late for fellow Taoists to withdraw from this grand meeting. If you enter the primal chaos Tao right and lose your life, then the gains will not make up for the losses. The Empyrean Fairy gently opened her cherry lips and her voice echoed in the primal chaos Tao right. Obviously, the Dark Maiden of the Nine Heavens was warning those with weak cultivations that the son-in-law selection of Nuwa's Tao Palace this time wasn't a game, and it carried the danger of death. After all, everyone present here wasn't easy to deal with, and if they were to die here, then it was the path they'd chosen. With that, the Empyrean Fairy slowly retreated from the primal chaos Tao right. A golden lotus appeared beneath her, allowing her to sit in the starry sky. She smiled as she waited for the grand meeting to begin. Clang, clang, clang. 18 consecutive bell rings rang out. An old woman silently appeared in the center of the primal chaos Tao Rite. She first clasped her hands at the various experts before slowly explaining the rules of the grand meeting. The rules of the grand meeting were very simple, but they could also be described as very unreasonable. Anyone who entered the primal chaos Tao Rite would be subjected to consecutive battles. Anyone who could stand at the end and suppress the various experts would emerge victorious. The details of the rules were as follows. There would be 16 battles in the ring, and there would be a total of 16 years. Anyone who could remain in the primal chaos Tao Rite for a year would advance to the next round. When the 16 years were up, the 16 strongest people would emerge. In the second round, the 16 strongest people would form groups of 2. The 8 strongest people would then advance to the third round. The third round would also be decided by drawing lots. The 8 strongest people would draw lots again and form groups of 2. The fourth round would determine the 4 strongest people. In the fourth round, the 4 would form groups of 2 and draw lots again to determine the final 2. The 2 strongest people would emerge, and the winner would become the Empyrean fairy's husband. When the old woman finished explaining the rules, the various experts' expressions changed slightly. Most of them did not look too good. That was because the rules were too unreasonable. The last few rounds were still manageable, as they relied on their cultivation and battle prowess to defeat their opponents. However, in the first round, not only did they have to suppress the various experts with cultivation, but they also had to rely on luck. One had to know that there were more than 1,000 Daoyuo Jingxian present, and the weakest among them was at the second watershed. It was almost impossible to remain in the ring for a year. The first round was simply a battle of attrition. If a person defended the arena for a year and defeated numerous golden immortals successively, then the person's injuries and cultivation would plummet. If someone took advantage of the opportunity to enter the arena at the last moment and defeat the person who defended the arena, then it would simply be too unfair. Although the various powerful cultivators were dissatisfied, no one retorted. This was because everyone knew that although this rule seemed unfair, it was actually the best way to select the strongest 16 people. True experts were not afraid of challenges. Even if there were people who took advantage of the situation, they would definitely be suppressed on the spot. To put it bluntly, the rules set by the Niwa Palace were very simple. The strong would always be strong, and the weak would be useless. Although luck played a large role, luck was also a kind of strength. Of course, luck played a small part. The true experts were not afraid of such rules at all. Dang! The bell rang, and the event officially began. The old woman slowly retreated from the Chaos Dojo. A huge incense stick was lit, and when the incense burned out, it would be the end of the year. The starry sky was silent, and the experts were silent. Although the event had officially begun, no one walked up to the Chaos Dojo. Obviously, everyone knew that whoever went up first would suffer a great loss. Interesting. Suddenly, a cold laugh was heard. The Ghost Emperor of the East, Shentu, slowly stood up. When he took a step forward, his body was surrounded by a dark light, and he instantly appeared in the center of the Chaos Dojo. I am the Ghost Emperor of the East, Shen Tuesday. If any of you are dissatisfied, you can come up and fight. He was one of the 5 Ghost Emperors of the Underworld, the ruler of the Eastern Underworld. He was a peak grand heavenly realm existence. When he stepped onto the Chaos Dojo first, the various experts narrowed their eyes, but no one said anything. The Ghost Emperor of the East was not just for show. He was one of the 5 great emperors of the underworld, a supreme existence even in the 3 realms. As long as a quasi-saint did not appear, no one dared to say that they could defeat Shen Tuesday. At this moment, Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the void, 3,000 black strands of hair hanging behind his head. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Shen Tu indifferently, but he had no intention of getting up. Chapter 551. Since the first round was to determine the strongest 16, there was no need for him to fight Shen Tu right from the start. After all, the defending stage had only just begun. Even if Shen Tu was the winner of the first year, there were still 15 empty spots. I've long heard that Senior Shen Tu's Ghost Dao has reached great heights. Although Junior's cultivation is weak, I still hope Senior can give me some pointers. Suddenly, a beam of Yin light shot toward the Chaos Dojo. When the Yin light dissipated, a devil-faced boy who was only a meter tall appeared. He had fangs, devil eyes, a greenish-purple complexion, and a dark green copper ring in his hand. He looked like a living devil, giving off a gloomy and terrifying feeling at first glance. Three-eyed devil child, I didn't expect that old ghost to still be alive. Peng Mo was slightly stunned, but then a smile appeared on his face as he looked at three-eyed devil child with a profound gaze. Who is he? Yi Xian asked softly after hearing Peng Mo's words. Big brother, you might not know, but three-eyed devil child was a ghost king of the underworld. Although his cultivation is only at the 6th heavenly layer, his ghost Dao evil arts are extremely powerful. Look at the jade ghost copper ring in his hand. It was refined from 9 Yin sunflower water and yellow spring blood. Even a peak grand heavenly layer would be severely injured if touched by it. Peng Mo paused for a moment and looked at Eastern Ghost Emperor Shen Tu with a slightly mocking gaze. Moreover, Eastern Ghost Emperor Shen Tu was three-eyed devil child's master. Master and disciple. Yi Xian was slightly stunned after hearing Peng Mo's words. He then looked at the two people in the Primal Chaos Dao field with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Primal Chaos Dao field. Shen Tu's expression was cold as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked at three-eyed devil child with extremely ruthless killing intent. Vile spawn, I didn't expect you to still be alive, Shen Tu said coldly. Kakik. The three-eyed ghost child was a dwarf, and at this moment, he was laughing loudly, the jade ghost copper ring in his hand jingling and his pair of fangs flashing coldly as he stared at Shen Tu with a sinister look in his eyes. Shen Tu, back then, you took me as your disciple because you wanted to refine Ghost Child's body to help you break through to the 9th heavenly layer of the grand immortal realm. But you never imagined that I would discover your scheme. Although you discovered it very early on and wanted to kill and refine me, I still managed to escape into the evil ghost path and survive. The three-eyed ghost child spat out venomously. The jade ghost copper ring in his hand buzzed and emitted a dark green light. Humph! Shen Tu's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled contemptuously. This emperor taught you how to refine this blue ghost copper ring. Although it is extremely sinister, with your current cultivation, don't you think using it to kill me is child's play? Shen Tu, you are the ghost emperor of the east of this place. If I wasn't fully prepared, how could I dare to appear in front of you? The three-eyed ghost child laughed ferociously. Evil ghost devours the heavens. Suddenly, the three-eyed ghost child shook the jade ghost bracelet. Halos of light rippled out as the miserable wails of thousands of evil spirits rang out. An extremely terrifying ghastly mist permeated the surroundings, instantly enveloping the entire chaotic hall of Dao. Damn, it's actually the Hell Ghost 3 slaughter array. No wonder this old ghost dares to appear in front of Shen Tuesday. Outside the Dao field, Peng Mo suddenly stood up and looked at the Primal Chaos Dao field with glowing eyes. There was a fiery look in his eyes. Clearly, he coveted the three-eyed ghost child's grand technique. Hell Ghost 3 slaughter array. Hearing these words, Yi Xian was stunned. This array was recorded in the Immortal scripture. It was a ghost Dao grand array with the terrifying power to kill immortals and gods. Although it was not as powerful as the inverse immortal array diagram in his hand, it was not far off. The fact that this array was recorded in the Immortal scripture was enough to show how terrifying the Hell Ghost 3 slaughter array was. This array was extremely ancient and was also an extremely famous grand array of the Ghost Immortal lineage. What was the Hell Ghost 3 slaughter array? Heavenly slaughter, earthly slaughter, and ghost slaughter. When these three slaughter arrays were combined into one, they could completely surpass a realm to kill a great enemy. However, the only drawback was that it would cause the cultivation of the person controlling the array to regress by a realm, making it impossible for him to improve his cultivation for the rest of his life. Although Yi Xian also knew how to set up the Hell Ghost 3 slaughter array, this array was of little value to him. It also had many restrictions and was of no use to him at all. After all, he had the inverse Immortal array diagram in his hand, so he was not interested in the Hell Ghost 3 slaughter array's self-harming method. Although Yi Xian was not interested in this array, it did not mean that the Hell Ghost 3 slaughter array was weak. On the contrary, this array was extremely terrifying and contained great power. It was just that the price to use it was too great. From this, it could be seen how much the three-eyed ghost child hated Shen Tuesday. Even if his cultivation would regress, he would not hesitate to stop at the second grand heavenly realm. Kill! The jade ghost copper ring shook, and the roar of evil spirits came from the primal chaos Dao field, attracting Yi Xian's attention. Ghost fog filled the sky, evil spirits roared, and miserable screams could be heard from time to time. No one could see what was happening in the primal chaos Dao field. Bang bang bang! The starry sky exploded and the Dao field shook violently. After several dozen breaths, the ghost fog slowly dissipated. At the center of the primal chaos Dao field, green blood was splattered all over the ground. The three-eyed ghost child was half kneeling on the ground, but the jade ghost copper ring in his hand had been smashed into Shentu's chest, causing green blood to drip down from Shentu's chest. Hell Ghost 3 slaughtering array, it's capable of cutting down one's physical body and destroying one's yuan spirit. Shentu, today will be the day you die. The three-eyed ghost child grinned fiercely, glaring towards Shentu with extreme hatred. Such a scene shocked all the great masters present. No one had expected that the Eastern Ghost Emperor Shentu would be defeated at the hands of the three-eyed ghost child. Was this Hell Ghost 3 slaughter array so terrifying that even the Eastern Ghost Emperor could not resist it? Although it was difficult for the great masters present to accept this fact, the scene at this moment was indeed that Shentu had been severely injured. The green blood on his chest was too dazzling, proving that the Eastern Ghost Emperor had been defeated by the three-eyed ghost child. The three-eyed ghost child is going to die. Yi Xian slowly shook his head, his voice extremely calm, but his eyes flashed a strange light as he stared at Shen Tuesday. Big brother, don't joke around, this Hell Ghost 3 slaughter array and the Jade Ghost copper ring are. Before General Peng Mo could finish his words, Shen Tu's chuckle came from the primal chaos Dao field, causing Peng Mo's words to come to an abrupt halt as he stared towards the primal chaos Dao field in shock. At the center of the primal chaos Dao field, blood continued to drip from Shentu's chest, but as more and more blood flowed out of his body, an extremely terrifying light began to emerge from his body as a massive amount of green blood began to glow. The terrifying sound of crashing waves suddenly echoed throughout the starry sky. Dark Sea Song. Shentu sneered coldly, his voice exploding through the primal chaos Dao field. Every drop of his blood began to boil and then expand infinitely, directly converging into a 10,000-kilometer wide sea of blood that submerged the three-eyed ghost child in front of his horrified eyes. Chapter 552. Suppress. Shentu glowed. This was a dark light that could annihilate all things. He formed a seal with both hands, causing the blood sea to surge and suppress the three-eyed ghost child in the depths of the blood sea. Ah! The three-eyed ghost child howled miserably. The jade ghost copper bracelet was being destroyed inch by the sea of blood. His ghost immortal body was also being destroyed by the sea of blood. Even his primordial spirit was dimming. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why can't the Hell Ghost 3 slaughter array kill you? The three-eyed ghost child was being suppressed in the blood sea. His eyes were red with unwillingness as he roared at Shen Tuesday, my good disciple, have you forgotten? You stole the Hell Ghost 3 slaughtering formation from your master. Unfortunately, you don't know that the Hell Ghost 3 slaughtering formation you stole back then was not complete at all. You can die in peace now. Shen Tu sneered contemptuously. The wound on his chest healed rapidly. He took a step forward and suddenly appeared in the middle of the blood sea. Amidst the three-eyed ghost child's mournful and unwilling roar, Shen Tu slammed his palm down, directly turning the three-eyed ghost child into ashes. Hua hua hua. The blood sea surged and roared. When Shen Tu withdrew his seal, the blood sea slowly dissipated like a bubble, causing the entire primal chaos Tao field to suddenly fall silent. I wonder if there are any other fellow Taoists who would like to challenge me. Shen Tu crossed his hands behind his back and looked down indifferently at the various powerful experts. He had the supreme prestige of a ghost emperor of hell. The ghost emperor of the East, Shen Tu, one of the 5 great emperors of hell, was not just a title. He had the cultivation base of a Tong Tian and was in the 9 heavens of Daluo Jingxian. Not to mention, his ghost Dao grand arts had reached the pinnacle. Even among the 1,000 or so Daluo Jingxian here, he was a peak existence. The might of the ghost emperor was too dazzling and too frightening. No one dared to take the field again because all the powerful divine ability masters were well aware that they were no match for Shen Tuesday. If they really did take the field, they would only end up as dead souls at his hands. When Shen Tu's eyes opened and closed, he swept his gaze over the various great divine ability masters. When his gaze met Yi Xian's, his expression froze for a moment before a trace of contempt appeared on his face. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. Provocation, a naked provocation. Yi Xian could completely feel Shen Tu's disdain towards him. Yi Xian, Shen Tu did not put him in his eyes. It was obvious that the 9 heavens profound maiden had intentionally expressed goodwill towards Yi Xian. This had already caused Shen Tu to view Yi Xian as a thorn in his side. Naturally, he wanted to personally defeat Yi Xian in front of the 9 heavens profound maiden to prove the strength of the Eastern Ghost Emperor. Big brother, looks like this Shen Tu doesn't put you in his eyes at all. Rock Demon had the intention to sow discord as he teased Yi Xian. You talk too much nonsense. Suddenly, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes at Peng Mo, a gloomy light flashing across his eyes. Peng Mo's face froze for a moment before he smiled flatteringly and no longer teased Yi Xian. However, a cold light flashed across his eyes before it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Something interesting had happened. Shen Tu sat cross-legged in the center of the primal chaos palace, like an old monk meditating with his eyes closed. Even after a year had passed, no one dared to step forward and fight him. Dang, a bell rang, signaling the end of the year. Shen Tu slowly opened his eyes and walked out of the primal chaos palace indifferently. This meant that he had advanced to the second round. The Yellow Springs is long, the souls of the dead accompany me. This poor Taoist has lived in the depths of the Yellow Springs for a long time. I wonder which fellow Taoist is willing to fight with this poor Taoist. The Yellow Springs Taoist's face was haggard and his figure was slightly stooped, like an old man on the verge of death. Even when he spoke, he was panting heavily. Where was the demeanor of a master? 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He didn't walk on air, nor did he display any supreme power. The Yellow Springs Taoist simply walked step by step into the primal chaos palace, then looked at the various great masters with his stooped figure. What Yellow Springs Taoist? This king has never heard of him. Let this king see how capable you are. An earth-shattering roar came. A Daluo Jingxian with a dragon head and a human body rushed over with a dragon roar that could shatter the starry sky. This black dragon Taoist can't hold back anymore. In this Taoist's opinion, this black dragon Taoist is just picking up a soft persimmon. This so-called Yellow Springs Taoist is too weak. This is the perfect opportunity for this black dragon Taoist to show off his might. Do you know who this Yellow Springs Taoist is? Voices of discussion came from all sides. Obviously, this Yellow Springs Taoist wasn't famous, and the various great masters didn't know much about him. This little evil dragon is really courting death. He actually dares to find trouble with the Yellow Springs Taoist. Outside the Primal Chaos Palace, Peng Mo's face was gloomy. He looked at the Black Dragon Taoist as if he was looking at a dead man. In the Chaos Dojo. The Black Dragon Taoist had just entered the dojo. He looked at the Yellow Springs Taoist with disdain and said, "What Yellow Springs Taoist? If you surrender obediently, whoosh." All of a sudden, a gust of cold wind blew past. The Black Dragon Taoist stopped talking and his eyes were glazed over. What happened next stunned all the powerful cultivators and made them tremble in fear. Taoist Wulong's sturdy body crumbled like sand. His plump flesh withered and turned into a skeleton in a few breaths' time. His primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness let out a shriek before it shattered into golden light that filled the sky. A strong wind blew past and the skeleton body of the Black Dragon Taoist turned into dust. It disappeared quietly between heaven and earth, leaving no trace behind. Everything was silent and the starry sky was silent. When this strange scene appeared, there was no sign of life in the starry sky. After a dozen breaths, all kinds of gasps could be heard. No one knew what had happened and no one knew why the Black Dragon Taoist had fallen. However, all the great masters knew that the Black Dragon Taoist's death must have something to do with the Yellow Springs Taoist. What a terrifying divine power! Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the void and looked at the Yellow Springs Taoist with a solemn expression. If he were to compare the Yellow Springs Taoist with Shen Tu, Yi Xian was sure that the Yellow Springs Taoist was much more powerful than Shen Tu's. This kind of strength was not in terms of cultivation, but in terms of combat prowess and divine ability. Although Taoist Black Dragon was only at the 5th heavenly layer of Grand Luo realm, he was able to kill him silently. Taoist Yellow Springs method was superior to Shen Tu's. The Yellow Springs Taoist is indeed worthy of his reputation. If I were to fight against him, I might not be able to gain an advantage. Ra Kemo murmured with a solemn expression. Cough, cough, cough. The Yellow Springs Taoist coughed a few times in the center of the Primal Chaos Dojo. He still looked like a dying man and there was no aura around him. However, his hoarse and old voice sounded. Is there anyone else who would like to spar with me? A worthy younger brother to kill my Black Dragon Taoist. I would like to see what kind of despicable means you used. Chapter 553. The starry skies roared as the sea of stars churned. A green light suddenly appeared in the center of the Chaos Dao field as a green-robed Taoist pointed his immortal sword at the Yellow Spring Taoist. Clang! Clang! Without any nonsense, the green-robed Taoist stabbed out with his sword. The sky-splitting sword radiance surged out like a river of stars, sweeping towards the Yellow Spring Taoist. The Yellow Spring Path, the sorrow of forgetfulness, spirits of the 9 underworlds, do not turn back. The Yellow Spring Taoist chanted as the Chaos Dao field shook. A dim and turbid radiance shot out from his aged fingertip, instantly drowning the sky-splitting sword radiance. Whine! The sword radiance dissipated as the spirits of the dead wailed. The dim yellow radiance covered the green-robed Taoist as his entire being was fixed in the void. Just like the Black Dragon Taoist, his eyes glazed over before his body crumbled like sand, disappearing into the starry skies. It was terrifying to the extreme. 2 Daluo Jinxian had ended up with their souls dispersing. This made all the powerful experts shudder in fear as they looked at the Yellow Spring Taoist with extreme fear. The Daluo Jinxian was not a pig that could be slaughtered as one wished. Even if one was a realm higher than the other, it was still very difficult to completely kill the Daluo Jinxian. However, the Yellow Spring Taoist was too strange. His abilities were extremely bizarre. Not only did he silently kill 2 grand heavenly immortals, he did it with extreme ease. How could the crowd not feel fear? The death of two Daoyuo Jingxian in a row made the Yellow Spring Daoist the representative of death. After that, no one else stepped forward. Clearly, they were all frightened by the Yellow Spring Daoist's methods. The Yellow Spring Daoist bowed and trembled as he cupped his hands towards the various powerful experts. Then, he stood quietly in the center of the Chaos Dao field. After a year, no one challenged him. Only then did the Yellow Spring Daoist walk down from the Chaos Dao field, becoming the second victor. Clang! Sword Demon stepped out, holding a sword wrapped in black cloth in his hand. Demonic lotuses revolved around him, and the destructive demonic sword gleam was enough to send chills down the spines of those who looked at it. The Sword Demon's name and origin were unknown. He only had one battle in his life, and it was the earth-shattering battle with Mahamayuri. Although he was defeated in the end, his name still resounded throughout Daoyuo Jingxian. Rumor has it that the fallen demon sword is capable of destroying heaven and earth. Sword Demon, please enlighten me. Purple chi came from the east and the sound of swords soared into the clouds. A purple-robed Daoist walked over with a sword on his back. His aura of righteousness filled the entire starry sky. Even the sword chi around him was tearing through the void. He was truly a peerless sword immortal. Die. Chi. The Sword Demon's face was cold and emotionless. Before the Daoist entered the Chaos Dao field, he didn't even use the sword in his hand. He merely pointed his sword finger, and a destructive pitch-black sword light cut through the void and slashed toward the Daoist. A sword that could sever life and death and separate the head from the body. The Sword Demon had turned his finger into a sword, and it was as if the 9 heavens and the Milky Way were draped over. The Daoist's expression changed drastically. In his panic, he performed a sword art, trying to block the destructive attack. Crack! The purple-robed Daoist's immortal sword shattered inch by inch. A demonic sword light flashed across the starry sky. The purple-robed Daoist watched in horror as his eyes were dyed red with blood. His head and body were cut in half. Pfft! A sword that could sever life and death and separate the head from the body. This wasn't just a saying. It was the Sword Demon's killing move, and it also severed the purple Daoist's waist. Blood spurted out from his waist and scattered in the starry sky. Bang! The two halves of the corpse fell onto the Chaos Dao field. Even the primordial spirit of the purple Daoist was annihilated by the sword. He didn't even have the chance to reincarnate. From the beginning to the end, the Sword Demon didn't move, and the fallen demon's sword in his hand never left its scabbard. However, his attack made the faces of the various great mediums turn pale, and they all let out a long sigh. The Sword Demon's power was too terrifying. He was worthy of being the Tongtian great mediums who fought with Mahamayuri. This also extinguished the flames in the hearts of those who were eager to try. Who would dare to go up the stage and fight the Sword Demon? A year had passed, and no one went up the stage. The Sword Demon naturally became the third winner. However, when he walked down the stage, he took a deep look at Yi Xian, and a fierce look flashed across his eyes. Why don't all of you give the 4th spot to me? When the Sword Demon left the stage, the immortal wing of the South Pole quietly appeared in the Chaos Dao field. He had a warm smile on his face as he cupped his hands and bowed to the various great mediums. The immortal wing of the South Pole was one of the 2 vice sect masters of the Chanism. He was also Yuanshi Tianzuan's last disciple. His cultivation was at the 9 heavens of Daoyuo 9 heavens. Whether it was his foundation or his cultivation, it was extremely terrifying. As the saying went, it's good to have a big tree to back you up. The immortal wing of the South Pole was an orthodox Daoist, and he was also Yuanshi Tianzuan's disciple. Naturally, the various great mediums had to give him face. Naturally, no one challenged the immortal wing of the South Pole. This also made him the 4th winner. He then walked down the Chaos Dao field with a smile. Time passed by slowly, year after year. From the 5th year onwards, the battle in the Chaos Dao field began to become more intense. This was because the people who came up later were not as terrifying and unstoppable as the previous 4. This allowed the various great mediums to display their full strength and start one earth-shattering battle after another. The immortal light of Daoyuo erupted, great demonic arts were used, and ghost Dao abilities were used to kill people without leaving a trace. As time passed, the victors constantly walked down the stage, but they all quickly took pills to recover. It was clear that under this method of attrition, if one did not have the strength to crush everyone, they would only die of exhaustion. Even the victors would suffer great injuries. 15 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, there were great mediums who stubbornly defended the stage and emerged as victors with great difficulty. There were also those who took advantage of the situation, easily defeating the defenders at the last moment and snatching the fruits of their labor. The rock demon took the stage in the 7th year. With his fierce reputation, he only needed to kill a few blind Daoyuo Jinxian to easily advance to the next round. On the 16th year, the final victor would be decided. However, there were still several hundred Daoyuo Jinxian who had not taken the stage, so the final battle would be abnormally intense. Big brother, if you still don't take action, you'll probably have to give up your spot in the last round. The rock demon smiled as if he was kindly reminding Yi Xian. At the same time, countless gazes gathered on Yi Xian. These were the gazes of the various great mediums. The strongest 4 among them were Yi Xian. Everyone knew that Yi Xian was the new celestial emperor, and he had personally killed the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. He had received the great support of the Jia lineage, and when he ascended to the throne, he had forced Duo Bao Rulai to submit to him. There were many legends about Yi Xian, and all of them were extremely daring. It could be said that everyone in the 3 realms was familiar with him. Chapter 554. However, legends were just legends. Yi Xian didn't have any dazzling battle achievements. Among the Daoyuo Jinxian, he had only killed some early-stage Grand Heavenly Realm existences. Many people present could kill an early-stage Daoyuo Jinxian, so they naturally wouldn't fear Yi Xian. There were even some people who hoped that Yi Xian would quickly come down from the arena. If they could defeat Yi Xian, they would gain a great reputation even if they couldn't marry the Empyrean fairy. This was also the plan of the various great experts. Everyone was watching coldly from the sidelines. This was the attitude of the various great experts because in their hearts, Yi Xian was too far away from the strongest 4. Although he was the celestial emperor of the 3 realms, the aura he revealed was only at the 4th heavenly layer of the Grand Heavenly Realm. Naturally, the various great experts wouldn't pay too much attention to him. Anyone who stepped into the 2nd watershed of the Grand Heavenly Realm was already a revered existence in the 3 realms. They didn't care about the so-called status. Everything depended on their cultivation and combat strength. Yi Xian was dressed in black. He sat cross-legged in the starry sky. 3,000 black strands of hair draped behind his head. There wasn't the slightest ripple around him. When he slowly opened his eyes, he stood up from the starry sky and strolled towards the Primal Chaos Dojo. Yi Xian stood at the center of the Primal Chaos Dojo with his hands behind his back. When he opened and closed his eyes, it was like 2 great stars were rotating. He calmly looked at the various great experts. Yi Xian came down from the arena and attracted the attention of everyone. Regardless of Yi Xian's cultivation, he was destined to be the center of attention since he was the celestial emperor of the 3 realms. Moreover, the Empyrean fairy smiled at him when the event started. How could this not make the various great experts view Yi Xian as a thorn in their side? Yi Tiandi, there's only 1 spot left in the 1st round. If you lose here, you and I will not be fated to be together. In the starry sky, the Empyrean fairy was smiling sweetly at Yi Xian. However, there was a trace of craftiness in her eyes, and there was even a faint playful smile on her lips. It would be a joke to say that the Empyrean fairy had fallen in love with Yi Xian. Her feelings for Yi Xian were extremely complicated. First of all, Yi Xian had taken her virginity, and she couldn't kill him. Even if she could kill Yi Xian was her first man, so she couldn't do it. Moreover, Niuhua had once told her that Yi Xian was very likely to be the seventh saint of heaven. Even if she married Yi Xian, it wouldn't be a disgrace to her status. However, the Empyrean fairy was also slightly worried. If Yi Xian wasn't the saint of heaven and died here today, wouldn't she have to marry someone else? This was not the outcome she wanted. When these complicated emotions intertwined, the Empyrean fairy's mind was in a mess. She inadvertently felt some resentment towards Yi Xian, which led to the current scene. From the beginning to the end, the Empyrean fairy remained high and mighty. She had never spoken to any of the competitors, but when Yi Xian took the stage, she spoke softly. This immediately made Yi Xian the target of everyone. Unfortunately, Yi Xian directly ignored the Empyrean fairy, treating her like air. This was because in Yi Xian's eyes, the Empyrean fairy was only a tool for him, Yi Xian. He had no feelings for her at all. The Empyrean fairy was stunned by Yi Xian's disregard. Her beautiful face became filled with shame and anger. She could only glare hatefully at Yi Xian and remain silent. The Celestial Emperor of the Three Realms. What a great reputation. Let me see what makes you dare to participate in this event. Suddenly, a voice as heavy as a mountain rang out. The starry sky within 10,000 kilometers shook as a 20-meter-tall giant stepped through the starry sky. His towering body gave off an extremely great pressure. King Taishan. A powerful cultivator recognized the newcomer and exclaimed in surprise. King Taishan's original form was a mountain spirit. His cultivation was at the sixth heavenly layer of Grand Immortal Realm. Although his abilities were ordinary, his physique was renowned among the Daluo Jingxian. His physique was his strongest ability. Bang! Like a divine mountain crashing into the world, like a falling star, when King Taishan stepped onto the chaotic Dao field, a loud rumble resounded throughout the area. At this moment, he displayed an extremely terrifying might. One was as heavy as a mountain, while the other was 7 feet tall. King Taishan's body was so huge that Yi Xian was like a 3-year-old compared to him. This created a great contrast between the two. Rumor has it that Yi Tiandi's battle prowess is heaven-defying. Even in the face of the third Grand Immortal Realm, he is undefeatable. This king scoffs at this rumor. Today, I would like to ask for your guidance. King Taishan's voice was so loud that it echoed throughout the starry sky. He looked at Yi Xian with a hint of mockery in his eyes. As a figure at the sixth heavenly layer of Grand Immortal Realm, King Taishan could naturally sense that Yi Xian's cultivation was only at the fourth heavenly layer of Grand Immortal Realm. He was 2 realms higher than Yi Xian, so he didn't believe the rumor that Yi Xian could go against the third Grand Immortal Realm. Scram! A simple word came out of Yi Xian's mouth. He didn't even look at King Taishan. Why would Yi Xian care about such an ignorant ant? Brat, are you courting death? Although Yi Xian was the celestial emperor of the 3 realms, his cultivation was only at the 4th heavenly layer of Grand Immortal Realm. How could King Taishan not be enraged by Yi Xian's attitude? Die! King Taishan swung a pair of giant palms that were like clouds hanging down from the sky. The terrifying power that could crush mountains and rivers bloomed as it violently slammed down on Yi Xian. Such a scene immediately attracted the attention of all the powerful experts. Although King Taishan wasn't a powerful figure, Yi Xian was only at the 4th heavenly layer of Grand Immortal Realm. All the powerful experts wanted to know how Yi Xian would withstand this attack. Not only were all the powerful experts watching this battle, but the 4 strongest experts were also looking at Yi Xian. Ever since Yi Xian appeared in front of the 4 of them, they faintly felt a sense of oppression. Although the oppression was faint, the 4 of them believed in their intuition that Yi Xian wasn't that simple. Bang! The starry sky exploded and rippled in all directions. King Taishan's palm slammed down, causing the entire chaotic Dao field to shake violently. He even suppressed Yi Xian under his palm. A sinister smile bloomed on his fierce-looking face. But before King Taishan could retract his smile, his expression suddenly froze. His face instantly flushed red and he suddenly let out a shrill scream. Ah! Thump! Thump! King Taishan frantically retreated. Terrifying bloody holes appeared on his giant palms as a large amount of blood gushed out. Suddenly, without waiting for King Taishan to retreat, Yi Xian put one hand behind his back, his expression cold and emotionless. He didn't release any immortal light, but when he stretched out his right palm, the starry sky trembled violently as an extremely terrifying suction force acted on King Taishan. Come! Yi Xian lightly smiled. However, his smile was extremely cold. What happened next caused all the experts to be dumbstruck and speechless. Their bodies and minds were slightly trembling. Bzzz. The stars shifted and the sun and moon reversed. King Taishan roared in shock, but his body was no longer under his control. An extremely terrifying power pulled him toward Yi Xian. Thump! 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 Like the beating of a war drum or the reversal of the nine heavens, Yi Xian stepped into the air, ripples rising from beneath his feet. His right palm faintly glowed as he pulled King Taishan in front of him, his jade-white fingers silently pressing down on King Taishan's forehead. Your life is that of an ant. You do not know the might of the heavens. Die! Bang! Yi Xian coldly smiled. His palm and fingers glowed, the origin immortal light that contained the terrifying power of his origin immortal body. This world-destroying power was exerted on King Taishan's forehead, causing him to suffer a calamity of death. Chapter 555. Crack. With Lord Taishan's head as the starting point, his skull was crumbling inch by inch. His ghastly white skull bones were revealed, and his body was cracking like a spider web. His so-called powerful body of flesh and blood turned into streaks of blood mist. It was an extremely horrifying sight, and no one could look straight at it. Ah, no, don't kill me, King Taishan's nascent divinity was screaming and begging for mercy, but his body had already collapsed, leaving only a huge set of white bones. The white bones were still covered with blood and flesh, making people feel great fear when they looked at them. Bam! Yi Xian was calm and silent. A cold light flashed through his eyes. Under the force of his palm, an earth-shattering explosion sounded out. King Taishan's pale white bones exploded into dust that filled the sky and drifted away with the wind. Even his primordial spirit didn't leave behind the slightest trace. Yi Xian had only used one strike to destroy King Taishan's soul. He would no longer exist in the three realms. If he had known that Yi Xian was so terrifying, he would never have dared to fight with Yi Xian. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. When King Taishan stepped onto the chaos battlefield, he was destined to die. No one could walk out of the chaos Dao field alive from Yi Xian's hands. Above the chaos Dao field, in the boundless starry sky, Yi Xian's black hair hung behind his head. When the astral winds blew, his hair fluttered in the wind. His black robe fluttered, and his eyes were spinning like stars as he looked down at the various great masters. Yi Xian appeared very calm, as if he had done something very casual. However, when he looked at the four strongest people, their expressions changed slightly. A cold glint appeared in their eyes. As the heavenly emperor, I shall suppress all enemies in the world. This was Yi Xian's heavenly emperor aura, and it was fully displayed at this moment. Even though his cultivation base was only at the fourth heaven of Grand Luo, he had no fear in the face of a peak Grand Luo. Interesting. Shen Tu grinned from the sidelines, his arms crossed as he stared at Yi Xian, but a fiery light quietly flashed across his eyes, replaced by a kind of hostility. Cough cough cough. Daoist Yellow Spring coughed softly and nodded to Yi Xian. His wrinkled and skinny old face showed a smile, but it was an unfathomable smile. No one knew if he was laughing at Yi Xian, or if his smile was just like that. Pretentious. The celestial being of the South Pole sneered and looked at Yi Xian with contempt. The so-called sword demon was silent, but when he looked at Yi Xian, his eyes revealed an indescribable desire to fight. Their various attitudes were reflected in Yi Xian's eyes, and this caused a wisp of a strange smile to curl up on the corners of his mouth. He strolled through the starry sky and stood once more within the chaos Tao right. Silence, silence, a deathly silence. Yi Xian's killing of King Taishan with a single finger had directly placed boundless pressure on all the great powers. Because everyone had underestimated Yi Xian's strength, they all felt a sense of oppression in their hearts. At this point, the various great practitioners finally understood that Yi Xian's ability to ascend to the position of Heavenly Emperor wasn't because of the support of the Grandmaster of Heaven. This had a lot to do with his own cultivation. However, there was one thing that the various great practitioners couldn't understand. Ever since the creation of the world, although it wasn't impossible to say that there weren't any people who could fight across a large realm, they were still extremely rare. However, a person with terrifying battle prowess like Yi Xian could simply be called an eternal monster. Yi Tiandi, I'll take you on. Suddenly, a streak of light streaked across the starry sky, and a white-robed man entered the chaos Tao right. The immortal light of the origin immortal realm enveloped him, and a great immortal technique quickly condensed in his hands. The laws of the world also revolved around him, and he looked at Yi Xian with a solemn expression. Sword Saint Vast Sun. Someone recognized this person. He was a terrifying figure at the seventh heavenly layer of the origin immortal realm. Although Sword Saint Vast Sun was only at the seventh heavenly layer of the origin immortal realm, he was still someone at the third watershed. He was not someone that King Taishan could compare to. The crowd was stirred up as they watched with rapt attention. When Sword Saint Vast Sun and Yi Xian faced off, all the great powers were excited. They all hoped that Sword Saint Vast Sun could slay Yi Xian. Clang! 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 Tongtian's sword light stirred up the sea of stars. Sword Saint Vast Sun did not waste any time. He directly performed the Tongtian sword art, condensing a sea of sword light into his hand. When he slashed down at Yi Xian, the destructive sword light covered the entire chaos Tao right. Crack! Metal clashed and sword rays exploded. No one could see what was happening in the Tao field of primal chaos, but when the sky-blotting sword rays dissipated, everyone could see the result of the battle. The eyes of all the great masters were filled with fear, as if they had fallen into a nightmare and were unable to wake up for a long time. In the center of the chaos Tao right, the vast sun immortal sword had been broken into two. A terrifying hole appeared on Sword Saint Vast Sun's chest. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his mouth uncontrollably. His vitality was rapidly dissipating. A right arm was slowly pulled out of Sword Saint Vast Sun's chest. The beautiful blood dyed Yi Xian's arm red. When Yi Xian completely retracted his arm, he was holding a burning immortal heart in his hand. Puff! Under the horrified gazes of all the great powers, Yi Xian smiled savagely. He actually crushed the immortal heart in his hand, causing Sword Saint Vast Sun to cry out in pain. However, this was not the end. Just when everyone thought that Yi Xian was going to stop, he suddenly extended his right hand and grabbed Sword Saint Vast Sun's neck. He lifted Sword Saint Vast Sun into the air like he was lifting a chick. What are you doing? Sword Saint Vast Sun's face was as pale as paper. His eyes were filled with fear and shock. Blood constantly flowed out of his mouth, but he still asked in a weak, trembling voice. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not answer his question. Instead, a vicious smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. Crack! With a crisp sound, Sword Saint Vast Sun's tibia broke. Sword Saint Vast Sun let out a miserable cry before he died. Yi Xian had actually broken his neck while he was still alive. His fleeing soul had been crushed in Yi Xian's hand. Bang! Yi Xian tossed Sword Saint Vast Sun's corpse to the ground like he was throwing away trash. When he kicked out, he caused the lifeless corpse to turn into a bloody mist. His cruel and brutal methods were terrifying to the extreme. Cold and emotionless, cruel and brutal, sinister and vicious. This was the attitude that Yi Xian displayed right now. This also caused all the great powers to fall silent. However, their gazes towards Yi Xian were clearly filled with fear. Actually, there was no need for Yi Xian to act so cruelly. He could have just killed Sword Saint Vast Sun directly. There was no need for him to do something so bloody. However, Yi Xian had always believed in one principle, which was that he had to be ruthless and kill the chicken to warn the monkey. If he showed even the slightest mercy, it would only make more and more people think that he was easy to bully. They would definitely step forward one by one to fight him. This would also annoy him to no end. Chapter 556. Sure enough, when Yi Xian displayed such a cruel and brutal attitude, it instantly caused the various great experts to feel fearful, and no one else stepped forward. Clearly, they were afraid that they would be no match for Yi Xian and die miserably at his hands. After all, even Sword Immortal Vast Yang, who was at the 7th level of the All-Heaven Immortal Realm, had perished. Most of the people present would simply be courting death if they stepped forward to fight Yi Xian. Silence, stillness, silence, oppression. The various great experts were silent, but an extremely heavy atmosphere was spreading. They looked at each other while hesitation and coldness flashed within their eyes. This state lasted for an entire 7 days. Yi Xian had miscalculated something. He originally thought that the lightning strike would definitely cause the various great experts to hesitate, and he would be able to smoothly obtain the final spot. However, Yi Xian had never imagined that it was precisely because the 16 years were about to expire that only this final spot remained in the first round. This caused some people who were unwilling to accept this to arouse the intention to take the risk. As mentioned before, all the great experts that could participate in the grand meeting of Niwa Palace were not nameless figures. No matter if it was in terms of cultivation or ability, they could be called outstanding in the 3 dimensions. So how could they be willing to lose this final spot? Moreover, even though Yi Xian seemed to have easily annihilated 2 All-Heaven Immortals, in the eyes of the various great experts, Yi Xian had definitely exhausted an extremely great amount of his cultivation. This caused some people with ill intentions to arouse cold killing intent towards Yi Xian. Yi Tiandi really does possess unparalleled combat strength. I'd like to seek guidance from you. A crimson-clothed Taoist strode through the starry sky while Scarlet Yang Skyfire blazed around him. He was a terrifying figure at the 7th level of the All-Heaven Immortal Realm as well. However, he maintained a distance of 5,000 kilometers from Yi Xian while various treasures revolved around him. Obviously, he had already observed Yi Xian's terrifying body for a long time. If he were to engage in close combat with Yi Xian, he would definitely suffer a calamity of life and death. At this moment, Yi Xian frowned and came to a sudden realization. He had miscalculated and should have stepped forward earlier. There was only one spot left in this final battle, so how could the various great experts give it up so easily? However, Yi Xian was a person who did not know how to write the word regret. Since there were people who were not afraid of death, he would just kill them one by one. Rumble. Treasures hovered in the sky as the starry sky exploded. Another great battle began. The crimson-clothed Taoist had begun, and he had been on his guard against Yi Xian since the beginning. He had concealed himself as he unleashed various great immortal realm techniques. He had indeed caused Yi Ye's great trouble. After all, the 3rd watershed of the All-Heaven Immortal Realm was not just for words. It was an extremely terrifying battle prowess. Yi Xian was able to kill Sword Immortal Vast Sun because he had fought him head-on. However, the crimson-clothed Taoist had withdrawn after a single clash, not wanting to fight him head-on at all. Instead, he kept unleashing great immortal realm techniques in an attempt to exhaust Yi Xian's cultivation. The crimson-clothed Taoist's thoughts were very simple. He believed that Yi Xian's cultivation must have been greatly exhausted after fighting two all-heaven immortals in a row. As long as he fought carefully and kept exhausting Yi Xian's cultivation, it would be the best time for him to defeat Yi Xian. Unfortunately, while the crimson-clothed Taoist's thoughts were good, he did not know that Yi Xian cultivated the undying immortal scripture. His all-heaven immortal body and indestructible origin spirit were even more terrifying. His recovery speed was also not something an ordinary Daoyuo Jingxian could compare to. His wishful thinking could only be described as wishful thinking. Bang! The giant palm that blotted out the sky instantly shattered the crimson-clothed Taoist's body and origin spirit. Amidst a shrill cry of unwillingness, the crimson-clothed Taoist died tragically in Yi Xian's hands. However, this battle lasted for an entire month. After all, the crimson-clothed Taoist was a seventh-layer all-heaven immortal. Even Yi Xian had to expend a great deal of effort to kill him. The tragic death of another all-heaven immortal left all the powerful experts speechless. However, when they saw that Yi Xian had used more than a month to kill the crimson-clothed Taoist, some of them believed that Yi Xian's cultivation had been greatly depleted and that this was the best time to defeat him. Buzz! A Tongtian great demon entered the battlefield. Without any nonsense, the terrifying Tongtian demonic technique was unleashed and suppressed Yi Xian with unparalleled violent killing intent. Tongtian great demon, dead. Azure Immortal, dead. Mountain Shade Old Demon, dead. Immortal Lord Hun Hai, dead. All the experts that had stepped into the seventh level of the all-heaven immortal realm entered the arena one after another, causing the entire starry sky to tremble to the extreme. Because everyone thought that Yi Xian was about to be exhausted, and it was a great opportunity to defeat him. However, the result every single time was Yi Xian killing them. Time flowed like water, and a year was about to arrive. The Chaos Dao field was filled with the corpses of various great experts. Not only were there existences at the seventh level of Grand Heavenly Realm, but there were also many figures at the second watershed of Grand Heavenly Realm. Obviously, these great divine abilities of the second watershed of the Golden Immortal Realm were all people who took advantage of the situation. When they thought that Yi Xian was about to be exhausted, they all went up to fight him, but in the end, they died miserably on the spot. Blood, slaughter, cruelty, and brutality. These were the names that Yi Xian was synonymous with. None of those who dared to enter the Chaos Dojo could survive from Yi Xian's hands. There were only 7 days left before the one-year deadline was about to expire. All the powerful experts were deathly silent, and no one dared to enter the battlefield to fight Yi Xian. This was because the center of the Chaos Dojo was already filled with corpses. There were dozens of them, and this made Yi Xian a synonym for terror. At this moment, Yi Xian's black clothes covered his body, and the immortal light around him was slightly weak. Even though he cultivated the undying immortal scripture, fighting with these zenith heavens in turns had caused his cultivation to be greatly depleted, and he even felt a trace of weakness. Ha! All of a sudden, the 9 heavens' divine flames spread out, illuminating the boundless starry skies. Unbridled laughter echoed in all directions as a golden sun rose from the crowd. Heavenly Lord Solar Brilliance strolled through the starry skies towards Yi Xian, looking at Yi Xian as if he was looking at a dead man. Heavenly Lord Solar Brilliance. The crowd was in an uproar. On that day, the heavenly monarch stepped into the primal Chaos Dao field and confronted Yi Xian. This caused the various experts to be astonished as they watched, and their eyes were filled with excitement. Heavenly Lord Solar Brilliance, you truly are a scheming person. Outside the battlefield, Peng Mo smiled. He was not surprised by Heavenly Lord Solar Brilliance's appearance. Clearly, he had a grudge with Yi Xian in the ancient path of stars. If he was in Heavenly Lord Solar Brilliance's place, he would have attacked Yi Xian as well. Yi Xian is in big trouble. Shen Tu slowly shook his head, looking at Yi Xian with pity. Rascal! Sword Demon sneered. Clearly, he despised Heavenly Lord Solar Brilliance's shameless actions. Cough, cough, cough. Yellow Spring Taoist coughed softly and shook his head without saying anything. He only looked at Yi Xian with a hint of doubt in his eyes before his gaze fell silent again. Chapter 557. Not only is the glorious Sun Heavenly Lord at the 8th heavenly layer, his true form is the ancient Golden Crow. His combat strength is at its peak and Yi Xian is dead for sure. The Immortal One of the South Pole sneered. Chaos Dojo. The heavenly monarch of the Sun Glory smiled cruelly. The 9 heavens' divine flames were surging, and the scorching aura that could smelt everything was too terrifying. He walked towards Yi Xian step by step, looking at him as if he was looking at a dead person. Yi Xian, you're too arrogant. You wouldn't have ended up like this if you had taken a spot earlier. You fought dozens of Daluo Jinxian in a row. You must have exhausted your cultivation, right? How are you a match for me? The glorious Sun Heavenly Lord was probing, but it was more of a disdain for Yi Xian. He was certain that Yi Xian was unparalleled in combat strength, but after fighting so many Daluo Jinxian, he would definitely die if he faced him now. At this moment, Yi Xian stood at the center of the Chaos Dojo and watched indifferently as the glorious Sun Heavenly Lord walked toward him. A merciless glint flashed across his eyes as a sinister murderous intent appeared. Indeed, as the glorious Sun Heavenly Lord said, he had exhausted his cultivation after fighting dozens of grand heavenly layers. But did the glorious Sun Heavenly Lord really think he could defeat him? If the glorious Sun Heavenly Lord really thought so, then he was too ignorant. Yi Xian was never one to put himself in danger. The glorious Sun Heavenly Lord wanted to take advantage of the gap in his cultivation to fight him. Yi Xian could only say that the glorious Sun Heavenly Lord was too naive. Come, you beast! Yi Xian had one hand behind his back as he hooked his finger at the heavenly monarch of the sun. When this scene appeared in the eyes of the various great experts, it immediately caused an uproar, causing the expression of the heavenly monarch of the sun to change. Glorious Sun Monarch clearly remembered that Yi Xian had behaved the same way back on the starry sky ancient path. He had been caught off guard and suffered a great loss. Because of that, a grudge had formed between the two of them. Otherwise, why would he want to kill Yi Xian to avenge his humiliation? Yi Xian is too arrogant. This glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch is an 8th heavenly layer Grand Immortal Realm cultivator. Even if he didn't encounter the previous round of attrition battle, the two of them would at most be tied. Now that he has angered glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch, I'm afraid the two of them will only stop after one of them dies, Shen Tu said coldly. Humph, Yi Xian is courting death. The 9 heavens' divine flame is the Golden Crow's innate skill. He's dead for sure today. South Pole Immortal One sneered. Cough cough. The Netherworld Taoist coughed softly and said in a hoarse voice, this Taoist doesn't think so. This Yi Tiandi's cultivation is strange. I'm afraid glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch will die tragically in his hands. If I'm not wrong, he's carrying the Tongtian Celestial Extinguishing Sword. If he uses this sword, he can easily kill glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch. The Sword Demon said bluntly. A ray of demonic light flashed across his eyes as he looked at Yi Xian with boundless battle intent. He. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed by quietly. Rock Demon appeared in front of the 4 of them and said with a thought-provoking attitude, if Yi Xian is carrying the Celestial Extinguishing Sword, I'm not sure if he can kill glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch, but he's already in an invincible position. There's no suspense in this battle. Glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch can only escape. But if he's not carrying the celestial extinguishing sword, it's hard to say who will win this battle. As Rock Demon's words fell, the other four nodded in agreement. Just as Rock Demon said, Yi Xian could kill Glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch aside from the celestial extinguishing sword. With his current depleted cultivation, it would be difficult for him to hold on in this battle. In the center of the Chaos Dojo, Glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch's murderous intent soared to the sky. The nine heavens' divine fire burned fiercely, and the starry sky was distorted to the extreme. Clearly, Yi Xian's disregard for him was a great humiliation. Yi Xian, do you really think you're the master of the three realms? The so-called Heavenly Emperor title is nothing but a joke in my eyes, Glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch roared ferociously. Bastard, you talk too much. There were only 7 days left before the 1 year was up. Yi Xian didn't have time to waste on such trash. As soon as he finished speaking, two-fist radiance swung through the starry sky. The Chaos Dojo exploded violently as an extremely terrifying great art was born in his hands. Rumble. The sea of stars overturned as a wisp of dark fog surrounded Yi Xian. The immortal light of the great firmament burst out violently. His two-fist radiance was like a great star in the sky, bringing with it the power to destroy the world as it blasted towards Glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch. Kill. Glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch didn't underestimate Yi Xian's terrifying great art at all. Learning from his previous lesson, he directly activated the nine heavens' divine fire. The two-fist radiance were like heavenly fire stars as it violently rushed towards Yi Xian. Bang! 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 The starry skies exploded, and meteors fell. When the two of them collided, resplendent immortal light shot out in all directions. There were even several stars that were millions of li in size that exploded. The terrifying might the two of them released could be said to be world-destroying. Glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch was at the 8th firmament of Daluo, only one level higher than Sword Immortal Vast Sun and the others that Yi Xian had killed. However, this one level was like heaven and earth. In the 9 heavens of Grand Luo, each step was a different heavens. It was divided into 3 major watersheds, and in the 3rd watershed, the difference between each heavens was huge. Moreover, the true form of the glorious Sun Star Monarch was an ancient golden crow, which made him an extremely powerful existence. Yi Xian, I was careless and allowed you to sneak attack me. Do you really think I'm no match for you? Glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch roared crazily. He formed a supreme immortal art with both hands. The 9 heavens' divine fire shook the starry sky and turned into a long dragon that kept bombarding Yi Xian. However, he didn't fight Yi Xian physically. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Whether it was the physical battle with Yi Xian on the starry sky ancient path or watching Yi Xian's fighting style, Glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch realized that Yi Xian's physical body was extremely terrifying. It wasn't something that he could resist. This also made him avoid fighting Yi Xian physically. Instead, he used a great immortal art to obliterate Yi Xian in the Chaos Dao field. Bang! The great devil fist art pierced through the starry sky and turned the fire dragon into dust with one punch. Yi Xian took a step forward and as if he had broken through the barrier of time and space, he suddenly appeared in front of Glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch. His jade-like palm violently slammed down on Glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch's head. Retreat. Drifting Cloud Immortal Trace, Void Shift. Glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch's expression changed slightly and he retreated rapidly, barely dodging Yi Xian's strongest attack. However, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Impossible. How can he still be so strong? Glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch maintained a safe distance of 50,000 miles from Yi Xian. His body was covered in heavenly fire, but he roared inwardly. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been seriously injured by Yi Xian. Unfortunately, before Glorious Sun Heavenly Monarch could recover, Yi Xian gave him a ferocious smile. His pair of sword fingers cut through the starry sky and a great killing art condensed in the starry sky. Chapter 558. Immortal Imprisoning Finger. The three simple words exploded in all directions. Yi Xian's sword finger glowed, and it was as if it had disturbed the heavens and earth. A giant finger condensed in the boundless starry sky, bringing with it an aura that could annihilate all living things as it descended towards Heavenly Monarch Sunday Immortal Imprisoning Finger. It was a killing technique from the forbidden section of the immortal scripture. It had the terrifying power to kill gods and immortals. When Yi Xian displayed this technique, it shocked all the powerful cultivators. Their bodies and minds trembled to the extreme. Heaven and Earth Demon Technique. Facing Yi Xian's ultimate technique, the heavenly monarch of the sun didn't hold back anymore and directly activated his most powerful technique. His body was burning intensely, and within the heaven-shaking flames, there was even a piercing cry that could pierce through the heavens and earth. Yi Xian is in big trouble, Shen Tu whispered. The golden crow's true form and the sun in the sky. Yi Xian can't resist at all, Immortal One of the South Pole sneered. Yi Xian, let me see the power of the extinguishing immortal sword. Pingyamo growled again and again. His eyes were shining as he looked at the extinguishing immortal sword behind Yi Xian. The greed in his eyes was no longer concealed. Hong long long. The nine heavens' divine fire dissipated and a three-legged golden crow appeared in the starry sky. It let out a piercing cry that shocked all the powerful cultivators. Its golden wings looked as if they were made of gold. Its bloodthirsty eyes were filled with savagery. Every single one of its golden feathers was like a sword that could split the heavens. Its three claws were surrounded by heavenly flames. An exceptionally ferocious aura was being emitted. Roar! The golden crow roared and the sun burned the sky. When the three-legged golden crow spread its wings, the world within thousands of miles was turned into a burning fire. Yi Xian's immortal imprisoning finger was also crumbling inch by inch until it turned into a wisp of dust. Terrifying, too terrifying. The ancient golden crow was born from the essence of fire of the sun, and could be said to be the favored child of heaven and earth. The heavenly fire of the sun that spread out from its body could burn everything in the world. Even Yi Xian's ultimate skill could not do anything to it. Yi Xian, you brat. Today, your soul will scatter and you will never be reincarnated. The sun sovereign of heaven let out a ferocious roar. As he spread his wings, his ancient golden crow form soared into the sky. The extremely blooming sun sovereign of heaven's flames made him look like a blazing sun as he violently pounced on Yi Xian. Rumble. The stars were exploding and the sea of stars was evaporating. The ancient golden crow flew through the luminous starry sky. When it spread its wings, the stars and meteors were burning and then exploding in the luminous starry sky. The ancient golden crow's attack was like a blazing sun. Everything in the world would be destroyed under its light. The heavenly fire of the sun was too terrifying. Even Daoyuo Jingxian did not dare to touch it. The sun and moon were the two strongest forces in the three realms. It just so happened that the ancient golden crow had mastered the power of the sun. This was the true terror of the sun sovereign of heaven. Yi Xian, go to hell. The ancient golden crow's roar shattered the sea of stars. The blazing heavenly fire of the sun burned down the stars. Three terrifying claws of the golden crow violently clawed at Yi Xian with the power to destroy the world. Bang! The starry sky exploded as heavenly fire burned the plains. Yi Xian was sent flying under the gazes of all the powerful experts. His body seemed to have turned into a meteor as he crashed into the Chaos Dao field. Bang! The Chaos Dao field was shaking. Yi Xian's falling body created a human-shaped crater in the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Yi Xian lost, Shen Tu whispered as he watched the scene in front of him. Impossible, he hasn't used the Immortal sword yet. Rock Imo roared. He did not believe that Yi Xian would be defeated so easily. Heavenly fire of the sun, the power of the sun. Yi Xian has been severely injured by the heavenly fire of the sun. Even if he wants to use the Immortal sword, he won't have the chance. Sword Demon frowned and asserted. Humph, this Yi Xian is too arrogant. You should know that the reason the Sun Sovereign of Heaven could run rampant in the three realms is because of the power of the heavenly fire of the sun. If he didn't underestimate the Sun Sovereign of Heaven, how could he have ended up like this? Immortal Wang of the South Pole sneered contemptuously. Sigh. Taoist Yellow Springs sighed helplessly. The ancient Golden Crow is extremely ferocious. Now that the Sun Sovereign of Heaven has gone berserk, I'm afraid he won't let Yi Xian go. As soon as Taoist Yellow Springs finished speaking, the battle changed as expected. Rumble. The Golden Crow roared in luminous starry sky. The Golden Crow that blotted out the sky looked down at the Chaos Dao field with its ferocious eyes from the depths of the starry sky. Its ferocious cry shook the starry sky. Great sun burns the heavens. A ferocious voice echoed in luminous starry sky as a golden sun quietly appeared in the starry sky. Time seemed to have stopped and space seemed to have frozen. The golden sun seemed to have become the only thing in the world. When the golden sun fell on the Chaos Dao field, an aura that could destroy all things erupted with a bang. Everything ends here. The Sun Sovereign of Heaven's ferocious voice echoed in all directions. When the golden sun fell on the Chaos Dao field, the starry sky trembled violently. The endless heavenly fire of the sun covered every inch of the Chaos Dao field. Stop! The Empyrean Fairy suddenly shouted. Her beautiful face had already turned pale. She had never thought that Yi Xian would be defeated in the first round. Disappointment, unwillingness, and an indescribable sadness. All kinds of complicated emotions appeared in the Empyrean Fairy's heart. No matter what, Yi Xian was her first man. Although the Empyrean Fairy had no love for Yi Xian, she could not accept watching Yi Xian die tragically in front of her. This was also the reason why the Empyrean Fairy had unconsciously scolded him. My apologies, Empyrean Fairy, but Yi Xian must die today because no one can survive the heavenly fire of the sun. In the starry sky, the Sun Sovereign of Heaven returned to his human form. However, his face was extremely pale. Clearly, using the heavenly fire of the sun to kill Yi Xian was a great burden on him. Now that his cultivation had been exhausted, he could no longer fight even if he advanced to the second round. The Empyrean Fairy's face turned blank when she heard the Sun Sovereign of Heaven's words. A gloomy chi appeared around her. Just as the Sun Sovereign of Heaven had said, no one could survive the heavenly fire of the sun except a demi-saint. Why are you so useless? Could it be that Master guessed wrong? You're not the seventh heaven's destined saint at all. The Empyrean Fairy's expression was miserable. Unwillingness and sadness grew in her heart. Her thoughts were in an extreme mess. She hated Yi Xian for being weak and hated Yi Xian even more for bringing her hope, only to be greatly disappointed in the end. Look, what's that? Suddenly, just as the Empyrean Fairy's thoughts were in a mess, a cry of surprise was heard. The Empyrean Fairy abruptly raised her head and looked at the Chaos Dojo with her starry eyes. In the Chaos Dojo, the heavenly fire of the sun was raging and the boundless void was collapsing. However, the terrifying heavenly fire of the sun was gradually fading and a slender figure was emerging. Chapter 559. Yi Xian was dressed in black, and 3,000 strands of black hair hung behind his head. His eyes were slightly closed as he sat cross-legged at the center of the primal Chaos Dao field. Terrifying sun heavenly fire coiled around his body, as if it wanted to turn this alien into ashes. But the most frightening thing was that Yi Xian was actually absorbing the destructive heavenly solar fire. The terrifying heavenly solar fire turned into wisps of heavenly solar fire essence and was constantly being refined into Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's body was glowing. It was a kind of extreme light. He seemed to have entered an inconceivable state as a golden sun condensed behind him. Impossible. The glorious Sun Sovereign screamed at the scene. No one knew better than him how terrifying the heavenly solar fire was. Apart from the sage to-be, even a pinnacle grand heavenly immortal would be severely injured if touched by the heavenly solar fire. How could Yi Xian be unharmed in the heavenly solar fire? The most frightening thing for the glorious Sun Sovereign was that Yi Xian was refining the heavenly solar fire. This was simply unimaginable and subverted his understanding. The glorious Sun Sovereign was not the only one who was frightened. The expressions of the four strongest people changed drastically. They stared at Yi Xian with solemn horror in their eyes. Whether it was the Eastern Ghost Emperor Shentu, the most mysterious Nether Taoist, the Sword Demon, or the Immortal Elder of the South Pole, each of them had their own trump cards. Although they were wary of the heavenly solar fire, they were not overly afraid and had ways to resist it. But to ask them to refine the heavenly solar fire was simply a fantasy. It was simply an act of seeking death. Silence, silence, a deathly silence. All the powerful experts were horrified and speechless. They stared at Yi Xian's figure and looked at Yi Xian with unprecedented fear. Yi Xian! The Empyrean fairy cried out excitedly. Her pale face flushed red, proving how excited she was. Hope reappeared in the Empyrean fairy's eyes. At this moment, in the center of the Chaos Dojo, the heavenly sun flame gradually dissipated, and wisps of extreme sun flame essence were refined by Yi Xian, gradually fusing into his body. His skin became even fairer, making people feel dizzy just by looking at him. Rumble. All of a sudden, Yi Xian opened his eyes. His eyes were spinning like chaotic divine lightning. A blood-red mist surrounded his body, and the golden sun behind him merged into his body. Crack. Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly, and an explosive sound came from his knuckles. The space around him exploded from his claw, and a vacuum crack appeared. The strength of his physical body was simply terrifying to an unimaginable extent. Only by refining the true body with heavenly fire could the immortal body be formed. These words fully explained Yi Xian's state just now. In truth, when Yi Xian had taken the form of the ancient golden crow, dazzling heavenly lord had not taken him seriously at all. With his origin immortal body in various arts, killing dazzling heavenly lord was extremely troublesome, but not impossible. But when Yi Xian saw the heavenly sun flame erupting from dazzling heavenly lord's body, he came to a realization and made an extremely bold decision. It was common knowledge that the energies of Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang were two supreme energies. If he could refine the heavenly sun flame into his body, his origin immortal body would definitely take another step forward. Although this method was extremely dangerous, it was worth it for Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian's intuition was very accurate. This heavenly sun flame would definitely take his origin immortal body to the next level. Yi Xian had gambled correctly. He had purposely acted like he had been defeated, inciting dazzling heavenly lord's killing intent and allowing him to unleash the heavenly sun flame. This had allowed him to achieve his goal. As the heavenly sun flame tempered Yi Xian's origin immortal body, it gradually advanced toward major completion. By the time he had completely refined the heavenly sun flame, his physical body had reached an inconceivable level of toughness. He was only one step away from reaching major completion. Yi Xian didn't know just how powerful a major completion origin immortal body would be, but he could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained within his body, and he felt an urge to unleash it. Thump. 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 Like the beating of a war drum or a thunderclap of primal chaos, Yi Xian stepped into the sky, each step causing ripples to erupt beneath his feet. The starry sky trembled, and he suppressed all the law energy in the area. Yi Xian, no. Yi Tiandi, you can't kill me, you can't. Dazzling Heavenly Lord was ghastly pale, his body and mind trembling in fear. He subconsciously began to retreat because Yi Xian was slowly walking toward him. Dazzling Heavenly Lord was no fool. On the contrary, he was extremely intelligent, or else he wouldn't have patiently waited for Yi Xian to suffer a round of attrition before attacking Yi Xian. But Dazzling Heavenly Lord had never imagined that even after using all his tricks, he still wouldn't be able to kill Yi Xian. After using the Heavenly Sun Flame, he had less than 10% of his cultivation left, so how could he be a match for Yi Xian? Moreover, Dazzling Heavenly Lord had a very strong premonition that even if he was at his peak, the only outcome for him against Yi Xian was death. Fellow Taoists, save me! Dazzling Heavenly Lord cried out for help, his voice trembling. But no one would block Yi Xian for Dazzling Heavenly Lord. That would be suicidal. Run! There was no hesitation, no desire to fight Yi Xian to the death. Dazzling Heavenly Lord's only thought at this moment was to run. Rumble! Golden crows howled and crimson light flashed. Dazzling Heavenly Lord used his essence blood art, drawing on his greatest potential and transforming into a crimson streak of light to leave the 33rd heaven. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Yi Xian's malicious voice reverberated through the starry sky. He didn't seem to have made any movements, but with just a single step, the terrifying Daoyuo immortal body glowed as it broke through the barrier of space and blocked the path of the heavenly monarch of the sun, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Let it all end here. Yi Xian calmly spoke, and as he thrust out his palm, the luminous star field rumbled and trembled. A domineering energy circulated through the starry sky, exerting itself on Dazzling Heavenly Lord's body and imprisoning him in space by Yi Xian. Empress Nuwa, save me! Dazzling Heavenly Lord screamed as the terror of life and death assaulted him. He even begged the saint for help, but Nuwa remained motionless in the depths of space. She didn't respond at all. Bang! Yi Xian laughed sinisterly. The Daoyuo immortal body was glowing, and the giant palm that held up the sky slapped down on the sun heavenly monarch's head, instantly causing his body to explode into a bloody mist. Even his primordial spirit was destroyed inch by inch in the starry sky. All was silent, and not a sound could be heard. When the brilliant Star Lord was blasted apart by Yi Xian in the starry sky, the various experts were deathly silent. They only looked at Yi Xian with a trace of fear in their eyes. Chapter 560. What a terrifying physique! Below the field, Immortal Wang of the South Pole frowned with a heavy expression. However, if one listened carefully, one would notice that there was a tremor in his voice, proving that he was not calm. This is getting interesting. Shen Tu smiled coldly. However, a solemn look flashed across his eyes when he looked at Yi Xian. Obviously, he had a new understanding of Yi Xian's combat strength. Sword Demon and Yellow Spring Taoist were silent, but their auras were slightly chaotic. No one knew what they were thinking. In the luminous sun starry sky, outside the 33rd heaven, Yi Xian looked calm, as if killing heavenly monarch's son was just a trivial matter. He was not moved at all. Yi Xian walked down the starry sky and stood in the center of the Chaos Dojo again. There were only 3 days left until the 1-year period was up. Until now, no one dared to step onto the Chaos Dojo. Even though there were hundreds of great divines and some 8th heavenly layer grand heavenly layer hidden among them, no one dared to take the risk for fear of following in heavenly monarch's son's footsteps. Clang! When the 1-year period was up, the bell rang. At this point, the last spot was in Yi Xian's pocket. There was no more disturbance. When Yi Xian walked down from the Primal Chaos Dao Plaza, the rock demon welcomed him with a face full of smiles. He even said some words of praise to Yi Xian. There were even some great golden immortals who smiled at Yi Xian and lowered their posture to the extreme as they warmly greeted him. The strong were as heavy as mountains and the weak were like ants. This was the unchanging law of heaven and earth. The strong were always respected, and Yi Xian fully demonstrated what it meant to be strong. Yi Xian smiled and nodded in response to the Daoyuo Jinxian's goodwill. After all, he was now the celestial emperor of the three realms. If he could recruit some great divines to join the celestial court, it would be beneficial to him. Clang! Clang! The bell rang 3 more times and the old woman appeared in the Primal Chaos Dojo again. The first round of selection is over. 16 fellow Taoists have emerged victorious. You only have 7 days to rest. After 7 days, the second round will begin. Rumble. The stars moved and the world changed. The chaotic Tao field disappeared. All the powerful cultivators left and waited for the second round to begin 7 days later. Stars filled the sky, and the palace had no roof. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the center of the training ground. Starlight sprinkled down from the sky, illuminating him as if he was untainted by the dust of the past. At a glance, he gave off a feeling of transcendence. Inhale, inhale, exhale, inhale. Yi Xian sat cross-legged as he breathed in and out. Streams of immortal light pulsed from his mouth and nose, causing the space around him to slightly distort. He was cultivating the undying immortal scripture and inspecting his origin immortal physique. He wanted to know how far his origin immortal physique had advanced under the sun's heavenly fire. Bang! The air exploded and the waterfall dissipated. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes, and the all-heaven immortal light around him dissipated. However, when he opened and closed his eyes, an indifferent and emotionless expression quietly flashed through his eyes. Yi Xian calmly said, "The mighty Empyrean fairy, and the disciple of a saint, actually peeped on someone else's cultivation. Is this not beneath your status as an Empyrean fairy?" Humph. A cold snort came from outside as the Empyrean fairy strode in. She was dressed in white, and her black hair was tied up in a bun. Her skin was as white as jade, and she exuded a breathtaking aura that made one not dare to profane her. "I came openly, so when did I peep on you?" The mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens had an arrogant expression on her face. Her voice was slightly cold as she looked at Yi Xian in a condescending manner. "You hid outside the hall for 2 hours. If this isn't peeping, then what is?" Yi Xian looked at the Empyrean fairy. His voice was calm and emotionless, but when the Empyrean fairy heard it, she blushed. She didn't know how to retort to Yi Xian. In truth, the Empyrean fairy didn't know why she had peeped on Yi Xian. Perhaps it was because Yi Xian had given her too great of a shock today that she had unconsciously come to Yi Xian's training ground and become extremely curious about Yi Xian. Whether it was a mortal woman or a fairy from the 9 heavens, aside from the difference in their levels of life, they were both women. When a woman became curious about a man, it was a sign that she was about to fall for him. Today, the Empyrean fairy thought that Yi Xian was dead for sure and would be burned to ashes by the heavenly sun fire. When the Empyrean fairy had fallen into despair, Yi Xian had emerged unscathed. Instead, he had blown up brilliant Sun Emperor in the starry sky. This huge contrast made the Empyrean fairy's heart churn. Niuhua had once told her that Yi Xian could be the 7th destined saint. That made her think that Yi Xian was good enough for her. She had high hopes for Yi Xian. However, when Yi Xian was about to be defeated by the heavenly monarch of the sun, the hope in the 9 heavens maiden's heart was instantly shattered. However, after Yi Xian refined the sun Tai fire and killed the heavenly monarch of the sun, her hope was reignited. The Empyrean fairy's heart was in turmoil. It was like a century had passed. It made her very curious about Yi Xian. She was certain that Yi Xian was the 7th destined saint. But the Empyrean fairy was a very proud woman. She had the right to be proud. She had a born Taoism aptitude. She was born from the spirit of heaven and earth. She was also Niuhua's last disciple. When all these things were added together, she never thought much of any man in the three realms. Until Yi Xian insulted her innocence and personally came to participate in this grand gathering to marry her, this caused the 9 heavens profound maiden to feel even more proud. Yi Xian, don't forget that you came to this event of your own accord. You wanted to marry me. Now you're acting so indifferent to me. Don't you think it's funny? The Empyrean fairy said proudly. She hoped that Yi Xian would understand her current status. Hearing the Empyrean fairy's words, Yi Xian laughed. He really laughed, but his laughter was very contemptuous. He stood up in the air and walked slowly toward the Empyrean fairy. Thump. 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 Yi Xian's footsteps were very light, but they made the Empyrean fairy's heart tremble. Her breathing became a little ragged. She didn't know why Yi Xian was walking toward her. What? What are you doing? The mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens unconsciously took a few steps back. Her cold face flushed red, and she bit her lips as she looked at Yi Xian. Her heart was beating violently, and she unconsciously revealed the appearance of a little woman. At this moment, Yi Xian strolled toward the Empyrean fairy. The two of them were less than a fist's distance apart. An extremely masculine scent rushed toward the Empyrean fairy, making her blush even more. Her starry eyes didn't dare to meet Yi Xian's gaze. An extremely ambiguous atmosphere grew between the two of them. A strange smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. As the Empyrean fairy panicked, Yi Xian slowly raised his right hand and stroked the Empyrean fairy's cheek. Chapter 561. You. When Yi Xian caressed her cheeks, the Empyrean fairy immediately felt soft and itchy. This feeling was like an electric shock, causing her delicate body to heat up and her heart to pound violently. No. Don't. Suddenly, Yi Xian grabbed her hair and tasted her sweetness in a domineering and greedy manner. The Empyrean fairy felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her entire body froze on the spot, as if she had fallen into a dream. However, she could only make a soft sound of rejection. Although this sound seemed to be rejecting him, there was a hint of eagerness in it. It was only resistance at first, but then she became completely intoxicated and limp in Yi Xian's arms. This period of time was not long, but to the Empyrean fairy, it felt as long as a century. Her eyes were blurred, and her white jade-like neck was suffused with a spring red color. Ah! Suddenly, the Empyrean fairy cried out in pain, instantly waking her up from her intoxication. Yi Xian also pushed her away at this moment. However, the Empyrean fairy's cherry lips had been bitten open, and traces of blood kept flowing out. The salty taste of blood filled her mouth. Painful, very painful. Yi Xian had bitten open her cherry lips. This caused the Empyrean fairy to be stunned on the spot. A trace of moisture appeared in her eyes, and she looked at Yi Xian with clenched teeth. All kinds of complicated emotions flashed across her eyes. Confusion, shyness, indignation, and a trace of intoxication. When these emotions grew in her heart, she looked at Yi Xian with an extremely complicated gaze. Shameless. After a full 10 breaths of time, the Empyrean fairy cried out in shame and indignation. Shameless? Yi Xian smiled evilly, but his gaze towards the Empyrean fairy gradually became fierce. Empyrean fairy, I didn't force you. This is all voluntary. How can you say that I'm shameless? Yi Xian said softly. Then bite me. The moment the Empyrean fairy said those words, she regretted it. Her face became extremely red, and it was obvious that she could not spit out such shameful words. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not seem to notice the shame and indignation on the Empyrean fairy's face. He looked down at the woman with his hands behind his back, and said in a calm and cold voice, I want you to remember that you are my woman. Yi Xian. No matter how proud you are, you'd better put away your ignorant pride in front of me. Otherwise, the next time I'll teach you how to be a good wife and mothers. Yi Xian, you're despicable and shameless. You're a shameless bastard. The mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens clenched her fists tightly as she scolded Yi Xian. Then, she activated her immortal light and instantly disappeared from the hall. However, her embarrassed and indignant voice still echoed in the hall. Looking at the Empyrean fairy's back, Yi Xian's expression did not change. He said in a clear and cold voice, "What an ignorant and arrogant woman. I hope you'll change after you become the Queen Mother. Otherwise, don't blame me, Yi Xian, for not taking into account our relationship as husband and wife." In the Nuwa Palace, the Empyrean fairy's face was full of shame and indignation. She kept cursing Yi Xian. What she had just experienced was too embarrassing for her to recall. However, the man's breath on her lips and the taste of blood on her body made her heart ripple. Sigh, it's hard to overcome the tribulation of love. A long sigh echoed in the depths of the Nuwa Palace. However, the Empyrean fairy could not hear it. It was clearly the voice of the Saint Nuwa. She seemed to have seen the future of her disciple. Even though she was a saint, she felt somewhat helpless. Everyone below the saint level was an ant. However, saints were also below the heavenly Tao. They were also held hostage by the heavenly Tao. Even if they knew that something was going to happen, they were powerless to change it. Perhaps this was the helplessness of a saint. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the Chaos Dojo opened again, all the great divines gathered here, ready to watch the battle between the 16 great divines. Yi Xian, Rock Demon, Shen Tu, Daoist Nether, Sword Demon, and Immortal Elder of the South Pole were the 6 strongest people. As for the other 10 victors, the lowest cultivation was at the 7th heavenly layer of Grand Luo. There were even existences at the 8th heavenly layer of Grand Luo who were not inferior to the glorious Sun Lord of Heaven. Clearly, among the 16 victors who stood out in the first round, every one of them was extraordinary. All of them had their own great divines, and their combat strength could be said to be at the peak of perfection. The second round began very quickly. It was decided by drawing lots. The victors and losers would be determined in pairs, and the 8 victors would enter the third round. It was impossible to cheat in the drawing of lots because a saint was present. If anyone dared to do anything under the gaze of a saint, it would be no different from courting death. Soon, the 16 great divines drew lots one by one. When it was Yi Xian's turn to draw lots, he drew the number 1. This also meant that his opponent was the one who drew the number 16. When the 16 great divines drew their numbers one by one, they quickly determined their opponents. Something interesting happened. Yi Xian, Rock Demon, Shen Tu, Daoist Nether, Sword Demon, and Immortal Elder of the South Pole were not matched in the second round. They were matched against ordinary Daoyuo Jinxian, which left their opponents bitter. After the 18 consecutive bell tolls, the first to go up was Daoist Nether. His opponent was a great fiendish demon at the 7th heavenly layer of Grand Luo, the Tong Tian. As expected, the Nether Spring Daoist heavily injured his opponent, but he didn't kill his opponent. Because even though the Nether Spring Daoist demon was only at the 7th level of the Golden Immortal Realm, he was still a figure at the 3rd watershed, and the process of killing him would be extremely long. Shen Tu 1, Sword Demon 1, Immortal Elder of the South Pole 1, and Rock Demon 1. When it was Yi Xian's turn, his opponent was an orthodox Daoyuo Jinxian. He did not even enter the arena and directly surrendered. Clearly, the scene of Yi Xian killing Heavenly Lord Sun Glorious Sun had cast a shadow in the hearts of the various great divines. This also made Yi Xian's opponent aware of his own limitations and directly gave up on the battle. Soon, the 6 great divines left the arena one by one and successfully advanced to the third round. Although the remaining 2 battles were very intense, the 6 of them did not have the leisure to watch. This was because the 6 of them knew that the battle between them was the highlight. They also viewed each other as great enemies. As the bell tolled, the list of the victors of the second round was announced. Yi Xian and the other 5 advanced to the top 8. The remaining 2 victors were existences at the 8th heavenly layer of Grand Luo. Taoist Qin Luan's true form was an ancient Qin Luan. His Qin Luan heavenly fire could be said to be terrifying. It allowed him to advance to the top 8 in 2 consecutive rounds. This showed how powerful his cultivation was. As for the last person, he was a little interesting. He was shrouded in black mist and no one could see his appearance clearly. Judging from his aura, he should be an evil immortal. Anyone who fought him would be killed by him. His methods could be said to be extremely strange. He was known as the Myriad Spell Lord. Chapter 562. However, be it Rock Demon or Yi Xian, none of the powerful experts present had ever heard of the name Myriad Law True Lord. It was as if such a character had never existed in the world. Soon, the second round ended and the third round began. 1 against 8, 2 against 7, 3 against 6, 4 against 5. The winners and losers would advance to the top 4. The 8 contestants drew their lots one after another. As they displayed the lots they drew, they quickly determined their opponents for the next round. Something interesting happened. Yi Xian's opponent was none other than Rock Demon, who was traveling with him. This also caused Rock Demon's expression to freeze. Then, his eyes slightly rotated. It was unknown what he was thinking. Shen Tu against Sword Demon, Yellow Spring Taoist against Taoist Qing Luan, an Immortal Elder of the South Pole against Myriad Law True Lord. A total of 4 matches were determined. In the luminous starry sky, the stars were spread out. The boundless sea of stars was churning, and the chaos Tao field was rising. All the powerful experts were watching from outside. Clang! As the sound of a bell reverberated in the chaos Tao field, the first match officially began. The first match, Yi Xian vs. Rock Demon. Everyone was watching with surging emotions. All the powerful experts focused their attention on the two because an earth-shattering battle was bound to happen from the start of the top 8. It was also a battle between peak grand heavenly immortals. It could be said that it was rare to see such a battle even after countless years. Peak grand heavenly immortals were revered as ancestors. They were the strongest existences below the quasi-saint realm. It was a great opportunity for all the powerful experts to be able to watch such a battle. Rumble. Yi Xian took a step forward and stood in the center of the chaos Tao field. He stood calmly with his hands behind his back, waiting for Rock Demon to come down and fight him. Rock Demon's face was gloomy, but he still walked towards the chaos Tao field under the gazes of all the powerful experts. He quietly stood opposite Yi Xian. Rock Demon is sinister and ruthless. His methods are extremely cruel. Legend has it that a quasi-saint chased him for millions of miles but he still managed to escape. He's an extremely difficult character to deal with even among the 9 heavens of grand heavenly immortals. In my opinion, although Yi Tiandi's battle prowess is heaven-defying, I'm afraid he's no match for a ferocious person like Rock Imo, fellow Taoist. You're right. Yi Tiandi is nothing more than a rising star. Even though his talent is unparalleled since ancient times, it doesn't bode well for him against Rock Demon. All sorts of discussions rang out as the various great experts were discussing Yi Xian and Yi Xian. Clearly, the majority favored Rock Devil. After all, Rock Devil had an illustrious battle record and his ferocious reputation had spread through the world for countless years. He was definitely not someone that Yi Xian could compare to. At the center of the primal chaos Tao field, Yi Xian indifferently stood there, his origin immortal body faintly glowing. A heaven-like energy swirled around him, and he looked at the Rock Devil with an extremely calm gaze. Ha! Suddenly, just as the various great divine abilities were paying attention to this battle, Rock Demon laughed wildly in the center of the primal chaos Tao field. He even bowed to Yi Xian under the astonished gazes of the 8 great divine abilities. Big Brother Yi is the celestial emperor of the 3 realms, so how could this little brother be a match for Big Brother? Isn't today's battle between us brothers the same as a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple? Rock Devil lowered himself to the extreme, and there was a fawning smile on his face. There was no sign of him wanting to fight Yi Xian at all. This little brother is untalented and cannot possibly be a match for Big Brother Yi. This little brother forfeits. The Rock Devil gave a fawning smile, and under the flabbergasted gazes of all the experts, he forfeited and took a step out of the primal chaos Dao Plaza. It was clear that he truly had no intention of fighting Yi Xian. Let alone the various experts, even Yi Xian was taken aback, and a hint of confusion flashed through his eyes as he looked at the Rock Devil. Even though the Rock Devil had lowered himself to the extreme and even addressed him as Big Brother, Yi Xian had never underestimated the Rock Devil. This was because Yi Xian knew that when a peak grand immortal was able to throw away their dignity and even lower themselves, such people were undoubtedly the most terrifying. However, Yi Xian could not understand why the Rock Devil had shown such goodwill towards him. Could it be that he was only after the God's End Sword? After all, the God's End Sword was Tongqian's treasure. Even if the Rock Devil had maliciously ambushed him and obtained the God's End Sword, how could the Tongtian let him off? Yi Xian could not understand the Rock Devil's intentions, but he did not think about it anymore. This was because Yi Xian knew that no matter what the Rock Devil's intentions were, they would be revealed sooner or later, so it was pointless for him to think about it. The first battle ended with a strong start and a weak finish, and it simply caused the various experts to be extremely disappointed. On the other hand, Yi Xian smoothly advanced to the next round and directly left the chaotic Dao grounds. How could I dare to fight Big Brother? If I really made a move against Big Brother, then wouldn't I be asking for humiliation? The Rock Devil smiled flatteringly and even flattered Yi Xian, and he completely disregarded the gazes of disdain from the various experts. A worthy younger brother is being so accommodating. Big Brother doesn't deserve it. If a worthy younger brother needs Big Brother's help in the future, then Big Brother will definitely help a worthy younger brother if it's within the scope of Big Brother's ability. Yi Xian put on a fake smile and was feigning civility with the Rock Devil. Both of them were extremely shrewd figures and had many things in common. They were both vicious, merciless, and sinister. At this moment, they were conversing warmly, and it caused the various experts to watch speechlessly. Clang! The bell rang and reverberated in all directions. The second round of the competition began, and it also caused Yi Xian and the Rock Devil to stop their conversation and look towards the chaotic Dao grounds. The second round was between the Nether Taoist and the Green Phoenix Taoist. Rumble! The starry sky shook and the void collapsed. The Green Phoenix Taoist was a terrifying existence in the 8th heaven of Grand Heavenly Realm. Although he was not as strong as the glorious Sun Lord of Heaven, he was not much weaker. When he entered the stage, the Green Phoenix heavenly fire that filled the sky whistled through the starry sky, and its terrifying power was undoubtedly displayed. The Nether Taoist. He still had the same old appearance. His body was stooped and his whole body emitted a withered look. Only a wisp of murky yellow light twined around his body, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. Cough, cough, cough. The Nether Taoist strolled into the arena as if he did not see the terrifying power that was being emitted from the Green Phoenix Taoist. Only his old and hoarse voice reverberated in the chaotic Dao grounds. You are no match for me. Withdraw. As Daoist Yellow Spring spoke, Daoist Blue Phoenix's face chilled. Blue Phoenix celestial flame howled through the starry sky as the origin immortal art condensed in his hands. He glared at Daoist Yellow Springs with fierce killing intent. What a joke. You want me to admit defeat? Are you dreaming? The Green Phoenix Taoist coldly growled. Little Green Phoenix, you overestimate yourself. Since you insist on seeking death, this humble Daoist can only send you on your way. The Nether Taoist helplessly shook his head. He did not release any terrifying power as he walked step by step toward the Green Phoenix Taoist. But in the chaotic Tao grounds, the sound of water could be heard, and the starry sky strangely darkened. Chapter 563. This Taoist Qing Luan is dead for sure. Outside the arena, Rock Mo said gloomily. Taoist Huang Quan is an extremely mysterious figure in our underworld. He lives in seclusion in the depths of the Yellow Spring all year round. Even this emperor doesn't dare to say that he can completely defeat him. This little Qing Luan is dead for sure. Shen Tu crossed his arms and directly made the judgment. Hearing the Tu's words, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at Taoist Huang Quan. A deep look appeared in his eyes before he slowly nodded. He knew that Rock Mo and Shen Tu were right. This Taoist Qing Luan was no match for Taoist Huang Quan. Heavenly fire slaughters immortals. The heavenly fire blue Luan whistled through the starry sky. The blue and white flames burned the void. Taoist Qing Luan directly used his most powerful technique and transformed into the true form of the ancient Luan. He swooped down at Taoist Huang Quan with a world-destroying killing intent. The ancient Luan was born from fire. Legend had it that he had the bloodline of the phoenix. He was definitely not an ordinary person and had extremely terrifying strength. Not to mention, he was in existence at the 8th heavenly layer of Grand Heavenly Realm. This made Taoist Qing Luan even more terrifying. Up in the sky and down in the Yellow Spring, I can't see you anywhere. Hua hua hua. Sutras were chanted in the void as the Yellow Spring surged. The world suddenly changed as the terrifying sound of waves came from the void. A murky yellow river was born in the starry sky. The murky yellow waves blotted out the sky and covered the earth, immediately covering the entire primal chaos Tao field. Extinction. When Taoist Huang Quan pointed his finger, the water of the Yellow Spring poured down. The so-called heavenly fire blue Luan was extinguished. The aura that could bury all things bloomed in the primal chaos Tao field. Ah! Taoist Qing Luan frantically retreated as the Yellow Spring invaded his body and destroyed his Yuan spirit. His face was extremely pale and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Extreme fear rose in his heart. I admit defeat. Taoist Qing Luan fled in a sorry state. The water of the Yellow Spring submerged his knees and turned his legs into bones. His mournful begging voice echoed in the primal chaos Tao field. Whine. Taoist Yellow Spring nodded slowly. When he pointed with his finger, the water of the Yellow Spring dissipated and the world calmed down once again. However, Taoist Green Phoenix was panting heavily. He looked at Taoist Yellow Spring with great fear. He didn't say anything unnecessary and bowed to Taoist Yellow Spring before leaving the Primal Chaos Dojo. The water of the Yellow Springs was so terrifying. These simple words explained the terror of the Netherworld Taoist. It made the great divines keep quiet out of fear. They looked at the Netherworld Taoist with fear in their eyes. The water of the Yellow Springs can bury all things. It's filled with the law of the 6 paths of reincarnation. This person is indeed someone, Yi Xian muttered to himself as a wisp of admiration appeared in his eyes. Yi Xian was a very proud person. To be praised by him, this also proved that the cultivation of the Yellow Spring Taoist was absolutely terrifying. At this point, Taoist Yellow Spring won and successfully advanced to the next round. Clang! The bell rang, and the third battle officially began. Shenshu vs. Sword Demon. Rumble. Sword Demon took a step forward. His entire body seemed to have turned into a sword that could split the sky as he stood in the center of the Chaos Dojo. The fallen demon's sword that was stabbed diagonally behind him was wrapped by a black cloth as the Tong Tian sword hummed loudly. Thump. 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 Light blotted out the sky as a ghostly fog filled the air. Shen Tu stepped through the starry sky, and with every step he took, ripples bloomed under his feet, distorting the starry sky slightly. He exuded the majesty of a supreme ghost emperor of the underworld, giving off an urge to prostrate themselves before him. The peak confrontation in the Chaos Dojo. All the great divines were excited as they stared at the two of them without blinking. Everyone knew that an evenly matched battle was about to begin. The sword demon only had one battle in his life. However, this battle made all the great divines familiar with him because it was the battle with Mahamayuri. Kong Xian was the first peacock since the creation of the world. His five-colored divine light was earth-shattering. Even among the peak grand heavenly realm, he was an extremely terrifying figure. The sword demon was able to fight him. Although he was defeated in the end, it showed how terrifying the sword demon's cultivation was. Shenchu was one of the 5 ghost emperors of the underworld. He was known as the Ghost Emperor of the East. He commanded hundreds of millions of Yin soldiers and ghost generals. The 10 kings of hell bowed to him. Other than the Emperor of Fengdu of the underworld, he could be considered a supreme figure. When these two terrifying figures confronted each other, the atmosphere in the Chaos Dojo was extremely oppressive even before they started fighting. Sword Demon, you're no match for this emperor. Retreat, Shenchu said calmly. You're just a ghost emperor. I'll kill you with one strike. The Sword Demon said coldly. He didn't waste any time talking nonsense. His tone was extremely sharp. With just you? Shenchu sneered. As one of the 5 great ghost emperors of the underworld, his ghost Dao divine powers were superb. Unless a quasi-saint was here, he wouldn't put anyone in his eyes. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let's fight. The sword demon wasn't good with words. When he pointed his sword and sliced through the starry sky, the luminous starry sky exploded. 100,000 li long sword light shot up into the sky. The demonic sword light that could destroy the heavens and earth slashed directly at Shenchu. Insignificant skill. Shenchu pointed his palm at the sky. The Yin souls howled in anger and the undead screamed. A sky-covering dark light rippled out. A giant ghost hand condensed in the starry sky and grabbed at the sword demon with a terrifying force that could destroy mountains and rivers. Pang! The starry sky exploded. When the two powerful forces collided, the demonic sword light and the sky-covering dark light violently collided, causing the Chaos Dojo to shake violently. Kill! The sword demon pointed his sword at the sky. His body was unparalleled. When he took a step forward, the entire starry sky shook violently as he charged at Shenchu. The ghost finger pointed again and again. The dark light flashed and Shenchu shot out chains of gods and ghosts. The terrifying and gloomy chains wrapped around the sword demon with an aura that could destroy one's soul. Clang! Clang! It was like a divine mountain had exploded into pieces and the heavens and the earth were collapsing. Sword lights that covered the sky whistled through the sky while the chains of gods and ghosts moved about freely. 2 peak golden immortals were in complete battle, and the terrifying might they emanated was simply impossible to look straight at. Clang! Clang! From the ground to the starry sky, and from the starry sky to the ground. With the Chaos Dojo as the epicenter, the two fought fiercely, causing this earth-shattering battle to reach its climax. Divine ghost traceless, all things perish. Shenchu stepped out with the ghost steps. His body turned illusory as he barely dodged the sword demon's sword. 18 divine ghost chains shot out and tore through the boundless starry sky, instantly binding the sword demon like a dumpling. In the starry sky, dark light covered the sky. Shenchu controlled the 18 divine ghost chains. The terrifying dark light rippled out and bound the sword demon tightly. He was already in a great advantage. On the other hand, the sword demon was bound by the divine ghost chains. Clang! Clang! Clang. 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 The divine ghost chains can destroy one's yuan spirit and trap one's physical body. As long as you admit defeat now, this emperor can spare your life, Shu growled coldly. Fallen demon sword. The sword demon smiled ferociously. With a roar that could shatter the starry sky, something extremely terrifying happened. Clang. 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 The Tongtian sword pierced through the earth, destroying the past and present. As the cries of the Tongtian sword rang out, the space-time in this area seemed to be in chaos. Spatial cracks appeared as a wisp of demonic light bloomed around the sword demon. Swish! The fallen demon sword that was stabbed diagonally behind sword demon shot out. A demonic light that could pierce through the three realms of heaven, earth, and man bloomed. The terrifying demonic sword chi swept across the universe. The so-called chains of gods and ghosts collapsed inch by inch around sword demon. Chapter 564. Zheng. The fallen demon sword cut across the starry sky, its demonic light cutting through the stars. Tens of thousands of sword lights whistled through the air as the dazzling and tyrannical sword light blasted toward Shen Tuesday. Dang dang dang. Like a shower of falling stars, the fallen demon sword light drowned out Shen Tu's demonic light, directly destroying the demonic light around him. With a loud bang that shook the starry sky, Shen Tu fell towards the primal chaos Dao field like a kite with its string cut. Pang! With a loud bang, the battlefield shook as Shen Tu smashed into the primal chaos Dao field. Zhou Sen's demonic light dissipated, making it impossible to tell whether he was dead or alive. Zheng zheng zheng. Heaven and earth were boundless. The demonic sword whistled through the air, and the humming of the sword resonated in the sky. The boundless starry sky trembled violently. Sword demon stepped through the starry sky and walked toward the chaotic Dao field. A sword as black as ink flew around him, making him look even more imposing. No one could look at him directly. A trivial ghost emperor can't even withstand a single blow. The sword light was chaotic as it tore through the void. Sword demon took a step forward and appeared in the middle of the primal chaos Dao field, his eyes cold and sharp. Kakik. Suddenly, a gloomy and eerie laughter rang out as Shen Tu slowly climbed up from the ground. A gloomy and strange black fog rose from his body as a pair of blood-red eyes glowed in the black fog. The cries of tens of thousands of dead souls resounded from Shen Tu's body. The fallen demon sword? Shen Tu sneered, "Do you think you can defeat this emperor with this demonic sword? You're still too inexperienced." Shen Tu roared as the black fog around him bloomed to the extreme, instantly covering the entire primal chaos Dao field as the cries of dead souls reverberated in all directions. 8 Ghosts Diagram, Heavenly Ghost Howl. Ping ping ping. Astral winds howled as the demonic fog filled the sky. Shen Tu roared again and again as the primal chaos Dao field exploded violently. The 8 gates were pitch black like ink, and each gate was tens of thousands of feet tall. When the 8 ghost gates rotated in the starry sky, the space-time of the region seemed to distort, and an extremely terrifying aura emanated from the 8 ghost gates. 8 Ghosts Diagram. Outside the arena, the Netherworld Taoist cried out in shock. His originally stooped figure began to straighten up, and a hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes as he looked at the 8 ghost gates. "What is the 8 Ghosts Diagram?" Pinyamo asked curiously. Obviously, he didn't know much about the Ghost Dao divine abilities, but he also knew that the divine ability Shen Tu was using at this moment was extremely terrifying, otherwise, how could Daoist Huang Quan be so serious? 8 Ghosts Diagram, Sky Ghost Howl. Daoist Huang Quan enunciated each word clearly. He was silent for 3 breaths before he continued, "This is a great supernatural power of the Ghost Dao. It can summon the 8 great heavenly ghosts to the world. They specialize in destroying people's primordial spirits and ignore all material attacks. They can kill people without a trace. Even though Sword Demon has the Fallen Demon sword, he's definitely not Shintu's opponent. Destroy a person's primordial spirit? Rock Devil Rock cried out in horror. A serious look appeared in his eyes. As everyone knew, among the three realms of heaven, earth, and man, the most important thing was the primordial spirit. Be it fiendish demons, ghost immortals, or even immortals, it was the same. If one's primordial spirit was destroyed, they would truly die. They wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. No matter what kind of supernatural power it was, any technique that could destroy a person's primordial spirit was considered one of the top supernatural powers in the three realms. At this moment, Shintu was using the 8 ghosts diagram. Sword Demon would definitely suffer a life or death calamity. Ha! Suddenly, a chuckle sounded, waking Rock Devil Rock up. He looked for the source of the chuckle and saw that it came from Yi Xian. Big brother, what are you laughing about? Rock Devil Rock's eyes turned as he probed softly. Rock Devil Rock wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Daoist Huang Quan also looked at Yi Xian. Clearly, like Rock Devil Rock, he didn't know why Yi Xian was laughing. As if he sensed the doubts in their hearts, Yi Xian calmly looked at Sword Demon in the Chaos Dao field. He said in a strange voice, the 8 ghosts diagram is indeed powerful. If it were anyone else, they might have suffered a life or death crisis. Unfortunately, Shintu's opponent is Sword Demon. The 8 ghosts diagram is completely useless against him. Rock Devil Rock and Daoist Huang Quan were stunned and they heard Yi Xian's words. They clearly couldn't understand what Yi Xian meant. Why would he so easily determine that the 8 ghosts diagram was useless against Sword Demon? Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Immortal Wing of the South Pole sneered in the distance, Yi Xian, how long have you been cultivating? How would you know how terrifying the 8 ghosts diagram is? Yi Xian didn't even bother to look at Immortal Wang of the South Pole's disdain, let alone argue with him. Suddenly, before Rock Devil Rock and Daoist Huang Quan could ask Yi Xian another question, the Chaos Dao field had already changed, causing everyone to look at it again. Chaos Dao field. Roar. The heavenly ghosts howled and gloomy light filled the air. 8 ghost gates buzzed and rotated as 8 heavenly ghosts walked out from the gates. Their bodies were shrouded in black fog and their bloodshot eyes stared ferociously at the Sword Demon. Heavenly ghosts devour souls. Shintu's hair fluttered wildly in the wind as his roar resounded through the starry sky. His hands formed a seal as 8 heavenly ghosts roared through the starry sky. They turned into 8 ghostly faces and lunged toward Sword Demon in a frenzy. Slash! A pair of sword fingers streaked across the starry sky as Sword Demon formed a sword seal. The fallen demon's sword glowed brightly and emitted a Tongtian sword hum as it slashed at the 8 heavenly ghosts with a sword wave that spanned 100,000 li rumble. The sea of stars churned, and meteorites exploded. The fallen demon's sword was too terrifying, especially in the hands of the Sword Demon. It displayed a power that could destroy the world, but when the fallen demon's sword fell on the 8 sky ghosts, something extremely strange happened. The 8 heavenly ghosts were unharmed as they shuttled through the 100,000 li sword wave with ease. How were they hurt? The 8 group's heavenly ghost does not exist in the material world, nor does it exist in the void. All attacks in the material world are useless against the 8 group's heavenly ghost. Shintu laughed wildly, his eyes filled with contempt as he looked at Sword Demon. Go! Shintu formed a supreme ghost seal and 8 heavenly ghosts roared ferociously. They instantly appeared above Sword Demon's head, giving him no time to dodge. The 8 heavenly ghosts instantly invaded Sword Demon's body, and the extremely terrifying ghostly fog completely covered Sword Demon. Sword Demon lost. Outside the arena, Daoist Yellow Springs shook his head helplessly. His Yuan spirit would definitely be devoured after being invaded by the 8 ghosts. It was a death sentence. It's a pity that Sword Demon went up against Shentu, the Ghost Emperor of the Underworld. If he was an immortal, how could he have suffered such a calamity? Rock Demon sighed. Humph. In the distance, Immortal Wang of the South Pole snorted in disdain. He glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Who was it that said the 8 ghosts were useless against Sword Demon? Looks like it was a stupid joke." At this moment, Yi Xian's expression was calm as he indifferently looked at the Sword Demon that was being devoured by the 8 division heavenly ghosts. A strange smile appeared on his face. "Sword Demon, are you still not going to reveal your true self?" Chapter 565. True body. Although Yi Xian spoke softly, everyone present was a powerful expert. They were all stunned when they heard Yi Xian's words. Then, they looked at Sword Demon abruptly. In the Chaos Dojo, 8 terrifying ghost faces appeared around Sword Demon. A ferocious roar could be heard coming from Sword Demon's body. Sword Demon. His body did not move and his eyes were lowered. No one could see his expression clearly. After a full 10 breaths, something that shocked all the powerful experts happened. Ah! The heavenly ghost howled miserably. A terrifying witchcraft light suddenly erupted around Sword Demon. The 8 heavenly ghosts frantically tried to escape from Sword Demon's body. However, under the terrifying witchcraft light, they crumbled inch by inch until they turned into 8 wisps of ghostly smoke and disappeared without a trace. Such a scene made all the powerful experts feel like they were in a dream. They looked at the scene in horror. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. No one could understand how such a bizarre thing could happen. The Sorcerer Tribe. He's a member of the Sorcerer Tribe? Suddenly, Rock Demon exclaimed. He looked at Yi Xian abruptly. He finally understood why Yi Xian dared to conclude that the 8 heavenly ghosts were useless against Sword Demon. However, there was one thing that Rock Demon did not understand. Why was it that none of them could see through Sword Demon's true body, but Yi Xian could tell that Sword Demon was a member of the Sorcerer Tribe? At this moment, not only did Rock Demon discover Sword Demon's true body, but all the powerful experts also understood everything. After all, when Sword Demon revealed his Sorcerer Tribe aura, it revealed his identity as a member of the Sorcerer Tribe. As everyone knew, in the heaven, earth, and mortal realms, immortals, demons, and devils mainly cultivated the primordial spirit. Only the Sorcerer Tribe cultivated the physical body. There was no such thing as a primordial spirit. The 8 heavenly ghosts were indeed a ghost Tao great divine ability. They could destroy a person's primordial spirit and cause a person to suffer a life and death calamity. It was indeed a top technique. It was a pity that such a great divine ability of the ghost Tao was useless against the shaman race, because the shaman race did not have a primordial spirit. At this moment, everyone came to a sudden realization. Only the South Pole Immortal's face was flushed red. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. It was obvious that he was the one who mocked Yi Xian earlier, and now it seemed that he was the one who was a joke. This also made him feel angry from embarrassment. "You're from the Witch Tribe?" Inside the primal chaos Tao field, Shentu's complexion changed drastically as the gloomy light around his body violently fluctuated, his expression becoming extremely dignified. When heaven and earth were first created, yin and yang were divided. Everything in this world had a natural counter to each other. Although the ghost immortal lineage had strange divine abilities, they also had 2 natural counters. Their greatest nemesis was the Western Spirit Mountains Buddhist lineage. Their vast Buddhist Dharma was extremely effective in restraining the ghost immortal lineage. They had an innate suppressive effect. The second biggest nemesis was the Shaman tribe. Because the shaman tribe did not have primordial spirits, the power of their bloodline was like an erupting volcano. Their young chi was extremely strong and could completely suppress the ghost immortal tribe at the same level. How could Shintu not be shocked when Sword Demon revealed his true identity? Although Shintu was one of the 5 great ghost emperors of the underworld and was not that afraid of the shaman tribe, Sword Demon was also a peak grand heavenly realm existence. If he really fought with him, one of them would definitely die. Rumble. The starry sky exploded as the shaman art reached the heavens. As an ancient shaman, Sword Demon had the power to fight against the heavens and earth. When he revealed his true identity, he no longer hid anything. Kill. A punch blasted out and the starry sky exploded. This was Sword Demon's stance of an ancient shaman to fight against the heavens and earth. He did not give Shintu any time to react and directly charged at him violently. Sorcerer light filled the sky, and the fallen demon flew across the sky. Unlike the other ancient great sorcerers, the Sword Demon had not only cultivated the sorcerer tribe's art, but he had also studied the sword cultivator's art. When he combined the 2 great arts, he completely displayed his terrifying combat power. Stop! Shintu's expression changed. Ghost mist rose from his body as his figure frantically retreated. He did not want to fight to the death with Sword Demon. Unfortunately, Shintu forgot a very important thing. The shaman tribe was naturally warlike. As long as they entered a battle, they would fall into a hot-blooded state. How could they just stop? Die. With a towering roar, Sword Demon revealed his true nature. He no longer had any coldness. His whole body was like an erupting volcano. His young chi filled the sky as his fist broke through the starry sky and the meteor demon sword cut down the stars. Extremely terrifying great arts blasted towards Shintu's day. Bang bang bang. The heavens and earth turned upside down and the starry sky exploded. Sword Demon was too terrifying. He directly suppressed Shintu and forced him to retreat again and again. He could not fight head-on at all. It was not that Shintu's cultivation was inferior to Sword Demon. It was just that the shaman tribe's bloodline was too young chi and naturally had a great restraining effect on him. This also caused Shintu's face to turn gloomy as he resisted Sword Demon's various great arts. Sword Demon, don't think that this emperor is afraid of you. This emperor just doesn't want to fight to the death with you. Why don't you stop? Shintu roared again and again. He violently shot out great arts of the Ghost Tao, hoping that Sword Demon would temporarily stop. Bang! The starry sky exploded and shook in all directions. The 2 fiercely attacked each other and both retreated. However, the yin light around Shintu's body dimmed. Obviously, he was suppressed to the extreme in the face of Sword Demon, an ancient shaman. Either admit defeat or die. Sword Demon stood in the starry sky as the meteor demon sword whistled and circled around him. Terrifying shaman light filled the sky as the aura of heaven conquering earth spread in all directions. Ancient shamans were fearless in all directions. At this moment, this was vividly displayed by Sword Demon. Shintu narrowed his eyes and his face was gloomy. He looked at Sword Demon with a murderous look. As one of the 5 great ghost emperors of the underworld, Shintu had his pride. Although he didn't want to fight Sword Demon to the death, if he directly surrendered, he would become the laughing stock of the 3 realms. Sword Demon, it's not that this emperor is afraid of you. It's just that the shaman clan and the underworld have always been at peace. If you and I really fight to the death, it will only cause hatred between the 2 sides. Shintu said gloomily, hoping that Sword Demon would understand the seriousness of the matter. Shintu knew that the shaman clan was extremely protective of their own. If he really killed Sword Demon, it would definitely cause trouble for him. The strongest of the shaman clan were the 12 ancient shamans. Each ancient shaman was a sage-to-be, but this wasn't the key point. The key point was that the 12 ancient shamans were formed from the blood essence of the great god Pangu. When the 12 ancient shamans laid down the 12 heavenly fiends formation, they could condense the true body of Pangu. Even a saint would be extremely afraid of them. Under the 12 ancient shamans, there were many ancient shamans and tens of millions of shamans. Although the number of shamans was not large, each of them had extremely terrifying combat strength. Throughout the 3 realms, no one dared to offend the shaman clan. Unless the ancient celestial court reappeared and the 2 celestial emperors, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi and Di Jun, appeared and commanded hundreds of millions of demon clans to reform the 3 realms. Only then could they fight the shaman clan. From this, one could see the horror of the shaman clan. Sword Demon, as long as you withdraw from this battle, this emperor will owe you a favor. Shen Tu said solemnly, giving Sword Demon a way out. Chapter 566. What a joke. You want me to quit? Do you think you're qualified? Sword Demon sneered as the fallen demon sword whistled through the starry sky. The terrifying body of the sorcerer bloomed with black light, as if he would attack Shen Tu again in the next moment. You're courting death. As the saying goes, even a clay figurine has a temper, let alone Shen Tu, the ghost emperor of the underworld. Shen Tu had already lowered himself, but Sword Demon was still pushing his luck. If he continued to persuade him, it would appear that he was afraid of Sword Demon. If this spread out, he would definitely be laughed at by all the great powers. Kill! The fallen demon sword slashed down, shattering the endless starry sky. Sword Demon swung his fists, and the terrifying body of the sorcerer glowed as he charged towards Shen Tu with the power to destroy the world. Sword Demon, you're forcing this emperor's hand. Shen Tu roared coldly. When he formed a seal with both hands, the world suddenly stagnated, and the bright starry sky suddenly dimmed, as if the entire space and time were distorted at this moment. Book of Life and Death. Shen Tu roared to the sky, and when he slapped out with his palm, the starry sky exploded. A mysterious light condensed in the starry sky, and an aura that could bury all things was born. Wine. A turbid halo, distorting space and time, burying the world, was floating in front of Shen Tuesday. When the turbid halo dissipated, a scripture appeared. Hua hua hua. The scripture, ancient and dim, was slowly flipping through the starry sky. The light of the 6 paths of reincarnation bloomed on the scripture, and the chaotic Tao field thousands of miles around fell into silence. Book of Life and Death. Outside the battlefield, Daoist Huang Quan exclaimed, his body trembling unconsciously. He never thought that the Book of Life and Death, the supreme treasure of the underworld, would be in Shen Tu's possession. Not only was Daoist Huang Quan shocked, but Yi Xian's expression also changed, and a dignified look flashed across his eyes. In the past, when he was in the human world, there was a saying of the underworld, and he had seen the Book of Life and Death in the human world. However, the human world was just a place of exile, and the laws of heaven and earth there were incomplete. Even the Book of Life and Death in the underworld didn't have much power. But the Book of Life and Death in Shen Tu's hands was different. It was a true supreme treasure of the 3 realms, one that controlled the death of all living beings and contained unimaginable power. The 6 paths of reincarnation, the cycle of life and death. This was the terrifying part of the Book of Life and Death. Even the sorcerer tribe could not escape from the cycle of life and death. The Sword Demon was in danger. Rumble. The Book of Life and Death was glowing. It was not a light, but the light of 6 paths of reincarnation. As the Book of Life and Death was born from the heavens and earth, it was filled with the law of 6 paths of reincarnation. Even the sorcerer tribesmen would suffer a great calamity. Suppress. Shen Tu roared. Since he had already reached this point, he had no choice but to kill Sword Demon on the spot. Clang. Under the suppression of the law of 6 paths of reincarnation, the fallen demon sword fell to the center of the Chaos Dojo. The book of life and death that was nurtured by heaven and earth quietly appeared above the sword demon's head. The law of 6 paths of reincarnation that fell from the sky suppressed the sword demon on the spot. Ah! The 6 paths of reincarnation buried all living things. Even though sword demon was an ancient sorcerer and had an extremely strong physical body, when the 6 paths of reincarnation fell, his terrifying physical body cracked like a spider web. It wouldn't be long before he died tragically on the spot. One must know that the sorcerer tribe members were truly dead when their physical bodies were destroyed. This was because they didn't have a primordial spirit, and their physical bodies were the foundation of their lives. Go to hell, sword demon. Shen Tu had already gone crazy. He no longer had any scruples because he had to marry the Empyrean fairy, even if he had to kill sword demon and offend the sorcerer tribe. His physical body cracked inch by inch, and blood spurted out. Sword demon was suffering a great calamity that he had never experienced before. He wanted to blast away the book of life and death that was falling on top of his head, but the 6 paths of reincarnation was too terrifying, and he couldn't even use a trace of his strength. Bang! Suddenly, a celestial light streaked across the starry sky and quietly appeared beside sword demon. A faint yellow light grew, and as the person pointed at the book of life and death, the supreme treasure of the 3 realms was blasted away and saved sword demon's life. Yi Xian. When Shen Tu saw who it was, he let out a deafening roar. The yin light around his body became chaotic, and his eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent as he looked at Yi Xian. Shen Tu never thought that Yi Xian would dare to intervene in the battle between the two of them when sword demon was about to die. This made him furious to the extreme. Yi Xian's appearance caused an uproar among the powerful experts. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with a strange expression. They didn't know why Yi Xian would save sword demon. Could the two of them be good friends? Huff. 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 Sword demon was panting heavily, and his body was covered in blood. However, he looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. His eyes were filled with great confusion. He didn't know why Yi Xian would save his life. Yi Xian, do you want to die? Shen Tu held the life and death book in his hand. The yin light around his body was majestic. He looked at Yi Xian with a gloomy expression, and an extremely gloomy murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Ha! Yi Xian smiled, but his smile was extremely strange. His eyes were filled with contempt as he looked at Shen Tuesday. You can't kill the person this emperor wants to save, Yi Xian said calmly with his hands behind his back. It was as if he was talking about something very casual. You're courting death. Shen Tu roared. He was furious. The life and death book rippled out and directly suppressed Yi Xian. 6 paths of reincarnation, freeze. In the starry sky, the sound of the Tao rumbled. Yi Xian smiled strangely as the light of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared behind him. With a point of his finger, he fixed the life and death sheet in the void. Impossible. Such a scene caused Shen Tu to scream in horror. His pupils shrank and his body trembled to the extreme. Shen Tu was not the only one who was trembling. Even the great divines were stunned and speechless. They could not believe what they were seeing. The life and death book was the most precious treasure of the underworld. It was filled with the 6 paths of reincarnation. Except for the sage-to-be and the 6 great saints of the world, any living being that was suppressed by the life and death book would suffer a calamity. But what did all the great divines see? Yi Xian actually froze the life and death book in the starry sky, and his body was blooming with the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was simply unbelievable. The great divines did not dare to imagine it. Horror, doubt, and all kinds of complicated emotions intertwined, causing the starry sky to fall silent. Actually, no one knew that before Yi Xian had become an immortal, he'd already entered the Yama hell of the human world. He'd even controlled something like the Book of Life and Death, and had even refined the 6 paths of reincarnation laws of the human world for his own use. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation of the human world was incomplete, it was still the 6 paths of reincarnation. It came from the same source as the 6 paths of reincarnation of the 3 realms. This was also why Yi Xian could freeze the life and death book. It was because he had the 6 paths of reincarnation. Of course, this secret was only known to Yi Xian. The great divines naturally did not know about Yi Xian's experience. Chapter 567. The emotions of all the powerful experts fluctuated greatly, but the one who was the most inexplicably shocked was none other than Shen Tuesday. He stood in the primal chaos dojo in a daze, his body trembling unconsciously. 6 paths of reincarnation. Every word was spoken with difficulty. This was Shen Tu's current state. His face was pale and his eyes were frozen. He looked at Yi Xian with great horror. Not only Shen Tu, but Daoist Huang Quan's aura was also chaotic. He also looked at Yi Xian with an extremely complicated expression. No one knew what he was thinking. In fact, the two of them couldn't be blamed for this. After all, they were both great figures of the underworld and cultivated the ghost immortal lineage. They were very clear about the 6 paths of reincarnation. An old legend. At the beginning of heaven and earth, all things were born. The 6 paths of reincarnation, the cycle of life and death. The 6 paths of reincarnation was born from heaven and earth. It was an extremely mysterious power. Anyone who could master the 6 paths of reincarnation would have mastered a heaven-defying divine ability. Reincarnation controlled life and death. Even a quasi-saint would face the danger of death when faced with the 6 paths of reincarnation. There was also an extremely ancient legend that anyone who could master the 6 paths of reincarnation would be able to step into the quasi-saint realm. Even among the quasi-saints, such a person would be an extremely terrifying existence. Of course, legends were only legends. No one could verify whether it was true or not. But whether it was Shen Tu or Daoist Huang Quan, both of them were supreme figures of the underworld. They were deeply aware of the terror of the 6 paths of reincarnation and wanted to master the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Unfortunately, the 6 paths of reincarnation in the 3 dimensions were too terrifying. Even if both of them were at the peak of the golden immortal realm, they didn't dare touch it in the slightest because a single misstep would cause Xingcha to be swallowed by the 6 paths of reincarnation, and his cultivation would be completely obliterated within the 6 paths of reincarnation. The two of them couldn't understand. Yi Xian was only at the 4th heavenly layer of grand heavenly immortals. Although his battle prowess was extremely amazing, how could he display the 6 paths of reincarnation? How could Shen Tu and Daoist Huang Quan not be terrified when such a thing happened to Yi Xian? At the center of the primal chaos dojo. As the life and death book floated in the air, Shen Tu frowned, his eyes filled with unease. The life and death book contained the terrifying power of the 6 paths of samsara, and he was only able to control it because he was familiar with the secret art. The most important thing was that he had come to the Niwa Palace to participate in this event because he wanted to marry the Empyrean fairy. In order to ensure that he would win in the end, he had personally gone to Fengdu Ghost City to meet the Emperor of Fengdu and borrowed the Book of Life and Death from him. However, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation that Yi Xian had displayed had directly interfered with the Book of Life and Death, preventing him from using it. If such a treasure was taken away by Yi Xian, the Emperor of Fengdu would definitely not forgive him. It would also bring about a great shock to the underworld. Right now, Shen Tu was no longer in the mood to care about Sword Demon's life or death. He only wanted to take back the Book of Life and Death without any mishaps. If the Book of Life and Death fell into Yi Xian's hands, then he would be the biggest sinner in the underworld. Withdraw. Shen Tu was dripping with cold sweat as a ghostly fog filled the air. He quickly formed a series of seals with his hands, hoping to retrieve the life and death book, the thing that Shen Tu was worried about did not happen. He finally retrieved the Book of Life and Death, which made him secretly heave a sigh of relief. His hanging heart was finally at ease. At this moment, Yi Xian frowned slightly as a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. In fact, he really wanted to snatch the Book of Life and Death from Shen Tu's hands. After all, he had witnessed the terror of the Book of Life and Death with his own eyes. Even the Sword Demon, an ancient grand sorcerer, was instantly suppressed. Faced with such a treasure, Yi Xian naturally had the intention to seize it. However, when Yi Xian quietly circulated the 6 paths of law, it only caused the Book of Life and Death to stagnate. It was impossible to cut off the connection between the Book of Life and Death and allowed Shen Tu to successfully retrieve the Book of Life and Death. At this moment, Yi Xian understood one thing. Although he had refined the 6 paths of law of the mortal world, the 6 paths of law of the mortal world were incomplete. He did not have the method to control the Book of Life and Death. Although he could interfere with the Book of Life and Death, he could not seize it. However, Yi Xian was not disappointed. Since the Book of Life and Death was so terrifying, it would be his sooner or later. Moreover, Yi Xian was getting more and more curious about the underworld. He secretly speculated how terrifying the complete 6 paths of law would be. Yi Xian was very ambitious. Since he could refine the 6 paths of law of the mortal world, why couldn't he refine the complete 6 paths of law for his own use? Something called ambition grew in Yi Xian's heart. Whether it was the Book of Life and Death or the 6 paths of reincarnation, they were all things that he coveted. Moreover, what Yi Xian saw today made him feel more and more that the underworld was mysterious. Just one of the 5 ghost emperors and the underworld Taoist were at the peak of the grand heavenly realm. Then, how powerful were the many terrifying figures in the underworld? Needless to say, the 10 kings of hell were all Daoyuo Jingxian. But what about those above the 10 kings of hell? As the saying goes, one can know the whole leopard from a single spot. The ghost emperor of the east, Shen Tu, was at the peak of the grand heavenly realm, but he was only one of the 5 ghost emperors. Then, what was the cultivation of the emperor of Fengdu in the middle? Or was the emperor of Fengdu a real sage to be? Other than the 5 ghost emperors, what was the cultivation of Mengpa on the bridge of helplessness? Who was the master of the underworld gate? Who was in charge of the home viewing platform and the river of forgetfulness? Who was in charge of the 9 underworlds? How many ferocious demons and immortals had been suppressed in the 18 layers of hell since ancient times? And what was the relationship between the mysterious Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and the underworld? The blood sea did not dry up, the river Styx did not die, the sage-to-be Nether River ancestor was also in the underworld, and the Azura clan dominated the underworld. It was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Although the underworld did not reveal itself, it was too terrifying. Among all the orthodoxies in the 3 realms, the underworld could be considered the strongest force. Perhaps only the ancient celestial court and the witch tribe could go against the underworld. In the 3 realms where saints did not appear, the sage-to-be was the strongest existence, and there was definitely not a single sage-to-be in the underworld. However, Yi Xian was not very clear about the power structure of the underworld, and it was also an extremely difficult bone for him to chew. The 3 realms was a place where all living things were respected. It sounded simple, but it was not that easy. Yi Xian had just ascended to the throne of the Celestial Emperor, and he wanted to truly rule the 3 realms as the Celestial Emperor. This was only the beginning, because the road ahead was too rugged and difficult. This series of thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, until Sword Demon's voice rang in his ears, bringing Yi Xian back to reality. Yi Tianbi, I will always remember your kindness for saving my life. If you need my help in the future, even if there is a sage-to-be blocking the way, I will definitely lend you a helping hand. Sword Demon was a very straightforward person. He did not say any high-sounding words of gratitude. He bowed to Yi Xian and directly left the Chaos Dojo, but he still remembered Yi Xian's kindness for saving his life. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.